Do y'all hear it? Do y'all hear it? That's about as loud as it gets. He's walking in circles. But it looked like he was almost finished. I just don't want this loud noise to just like be in this the whole time. I'm sure y'all can hear that mowing noise though. All right, I'm gonna go back mute for a second. He should be almost finished. So y'all don't hear that? He's coming back. I mean, if it doesn't bother y'all and y'all can still hear me okay, then we can like go ahead and get started with stuff. I just don't want this. Really? He just ran over a branch. Y'all don't hear that? I mean, I know that this is like some sort of like condenser USB microphone, but I don't feel like it blocks out noises. I know I can hear my kids stomping down the hallway. Okay, we're good then. Okay. Well, hello. Good morning. It is early. We normally do these things late at night. My camera is not even like whatever. It's whatever. We're fine. Let me figure this out a little bit. Does it go this way? I guess. Yes. Hi. Good morning, everybody. Okay, good. Okay, good. Well, he seems like he's almost finished anyway. We have to mow the yard today. Does anybody know what this thing is called? It fell off the lawnmower and now the handle won't stay. So we took this other one off because we can't find the other one. And now we got to go find this one today when I get off of this. Because the yard is massive. It's been raining a lot. So we've got to handle that problem. But Ariel was mowing and she was like, this fell off. I can't find it. So now we've got to go find it. Should be awesome. And thank you for joining, Donna. And good morning, Leslie and Billy. Hey, Layla. Hey, William. Texas Rose. Hey, Chloe. Hey, Richard. Jen and James. That sheep crazy. I always love that name. Hey, Lana. Is it Lana or Lana? We have the same middle name. Yeah, it's just like the look, yeah, it looks like a thingy, right? It's a thingy-majigger. The thingy-majigger. Yeah, it just like bolts on and it holds the hey, holds the what you call it on there. Now I can't even think of words. The handle. Keeps the handle on the mower on there. Yeah. Good morning. Yeah, we'll find it. I'm sure we've got normal stores, Home Depot, different places. I'm sure we'll find it. We'll give it about 2 more minutes. Hey, and we'll get started. Hey, I've driven through there. I know where that is. I know where that is. I used to drive through there a lot whenever I was a kid. Oh, I hear him running over branches. Oh, that's crazy. You guys can't hear that noise. I mean, that's awesome. But I feel like when I'm recording something and I hear noise while I'm recording, I totally hear it whenever I'm going back and editing. My goodness. I woke up at 9:15 and then I pressed the snooze button. Morning. Yes, she actually, oh my goodness, the amount of swelling. She sent me pictures. Her legs went from like this wide, like her ankles down to this wide. Just because they finally put her on the right blood pressure medication. Insane. And she finally got to go and hold him yesterday. It was so cute. She sent me pictures. Yeah. Morning. Hey, hi. Okay. At 6. Yeah, no. I just, I'm not a morning person. I want to be able to wake up whenever I want to wake up. Since midnight third shift, that makes sense. I used to work night shift at a bank. I know how that is. Morning. Hey, good morning. Okay, it's been about 5 minutos. Now, before we get started on this, I want to make this preface because I don't know if the architect is going to pop up in here or not. I had a conversation, I believe it was with him. Pretty positive. Yeah, at a bank. It was like data entry. We would get this was back in paper check days. I'm older than a lot of people think I am. This is back in paper check days. Let me turn this light on. I feel like I look weird. Maybe that's a little bit too bright. Whatever. Anyway, so paper checks would come in and they would get scanned, and then the programming wasn't smart to where a computer could go in and pick out the account number, pick out the amount of the check, pick out all the information. So as a data entry clerk working night shift, there would be like 12 of us in this weird room, almost like a basement. It was creepy. Got paid pretty good. Got to just listen to podcasts all day and just, that's how I got really, really good at typing. But it was mainly like this type of key right here, the keypad thingy, not a lot of letters, more like numbers. And so it was just like rampant, like I'm talking like checks with zeros that I lost count of type money coming in type things. Yeah, I got my coffee right here in my favoriteest cup ever. Yeah, I have to have my coffee. Faux show. Okay, now I want to preface what we were about to listen to with something that me and the architect sort of had a small discussion about, because he apparently talked to somebody about this whole federal grand jury situation. He was under the impression that 10 key. He was under the impression that it was an investigative federal grand jury, which does exist. It does exist. I have questions with that because of the timing. Because we're hearing December 23rd is really like the concreted date where sort of, I'm not going to say concreted. The date we're understanding so far would have been like the first time they would have had any inkling about Bryan. That's how it sounds from everything that we've heard over these past like 2 sessions, right? Something like that. The 23rd. They arrested him a week later on the 30th. 7 days. I don't feel as if 7 days of finally getting his name would have been enough for you to get everything together for some sort of investigative federal grand jury. I just don't feel like that's the case. But if they did, again, what the hell did they present to them? Because they're not showing us anything all this time later that makes any sense. Right? Number 2, I wholeheartedly believe it was not an investigative grand jury, because to me, at least the way that my brain remembers reading stuff, that's more of like a pre-arrest type situation. I think the federal grand jury situation happened after arrest, which is why the Idaho State grand jury didn't happen until May, 5 months later. To me, the federal grand jury failed. And it wouldn't surprise me if the federal grand jury failed, because look at the nothingness that we heard from Mallory and Payne. What could they have possibly handed them? Especially knowing that Mallory just put a bunch of stuff in a folder and then handed it over to a Fed. He didn't even have anything categorized. Well, the Feds aren't going to sit there and do a pauper's job. So I don't know. They could be right. It could have been investigative. I'm not going to say that I feel like I'm 100% correct. I just feel like there was 5 months in between arrest and that May 23rd grand jury that we, for some reason, were like told in advance about. Like, there were people, we went over this probably like a few weeks before it actually happened. They were coming and be like, oh, there's probably going to be a grand jury. Oh yeah, don't be surprised if there's a surprise grand jury. Kind of like we were told there was going to be a surprise pandemic, and then, we're just not even going to get into that here. But still, we were told there's going to be a grand jury and those are supposed to be secret. And then all of a sudden there was a grand jury. That's why I feel like at that point, whenever the news came out and said possible grand jury, they'd already had like talks about how the federal grand jury one failed. That's my opinion. So I just wanted to put that out here before we start listening to this, because we had like one sentence of federal grand jury transcripts come out of Jennings' mouth. I believe it was like 2 or 3 sessions ago. Was it Mallory's session or the session before that? I can't remember. See, and that's what's crazy to me too, because one of the things that I learned about federal grand juries is that hearsay is admissible. You can go in there with literally nothing but your mouth And you can get a grand jury passed in a federal grand jury with literally just hearsay. It's like one of the first things that I learned looking into the differences between the federal and the state, which is wild. So if it's like anything that's supposed to be like investigative, you can't just do this. Like you have to have like paper to back up this. You know what I mean? Like makes me mad. It makes me mad. Yeah, way too many. It is kind of cray-cray. It's very cray-cray. How can I can just walk in and be like, well, everything that I've looked at in my personal experience tells me that he did this, this, and this is why. And I could literally just be making it up. And I could get somebody arrested if I were a person in a federal grand jury. That's just absolutely insane. But something else I did find out about grand juries is that defense attorneys can also ask the prosecution to present certain things that can give their client some sort of like defense in the grand jury. They can't be there, but they can ask the prosecution to, can you show them this too while you're in there running your mouth type thing? Right. They treat it like that. They can just allow them to go in there and say whatever they want to, which is wild. Yeah. Crazy, crazy, crazy. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started on this session. This is where we learn about a lot of grand jury subpoenas, which is crazy because I don't think we see nearly as many on the public site. But then again, federal warrants would be completely different formatting than the state ones. Well, Moscow PD ones. So good morning to everybody that I missed coming in here while I was running my mouth about stuff. Good morning, good morning, good morning. It is crazy early for me to be online doing anything. But let's see how these morning sessions go. Let's go ahead and get this started. Let me know, as always, if you guys can hear. And let's see. Hey,
Your Honor, what I'd like to do is I'd like to start with Ms. Nassa. She's going to cover one of the requests specific to the grand jury subpoenas, and then I'll cover the rest of this morning's argument.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, to facilitate this argument on this point, I am going to hand you defense exhibits A and B that were submitted in our records for today. I want you to be able to look at them while I'm talking.
Okay, thank you.
I absolutely hate how blurry it is. Like, I know that me taking it and like making it a little bit bigger doesn't help because we know what it does with pixels and stuff, but all the taxpayer dollars these people are paying and they couldn't get like better cameras. It's very disappointing.
As of today, there have been at least 50 federal grand jury subpoenas that have been issued in this case.
So she's talking about 50? Because I've heard a lot of people with the word number 70, so I'm going to guess that they mentioned some other stuff. She just said 50 federal grand jury subpoenas. And look at Judge's face. Does he not look very confuzzled? He's already starting out confused.
Exhibits A and Exhibits B are an example of copies of grand jury subpoenas that we have received out of those more than 50. And what I didn't provide to you that goes behind that what we got with those is the subpoenas include attachment A, which explains what is being subpoenaed. And then what has been produced is the responses to those subpoenas. And in some of the subpoenas, we also have the certification by the person who has produced the records in response to the subpoena. Some of them are missing. We have asked the state to produce all of the subpoenas, and their response is that they are not in possession and control of those subpoenas, and they do not intend to use the subpoenas as an exhibit, and we have not justified why we need those subpoenas, and for those reasons, they are not going to produce them. I'd like to begin by saying that as it relates to any argument that the state is not in possession and control, rather than beat the dead horse on that issue, Idaho Supreme Court came down in 2023 and made it crystal clear that anybody that's acting on behalf of as an agent of the state puts those records in the hands of the state, and they need to produce them. State versus Pendleton, 2003. The other thing is that in terms of the state arguing that they are not going to use a subpoena as an exhibit, that is not in and of itself a defense to not produce a document.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'll Google it, honestly. Federal subpoena. Because I'm pretty positive, but I don't want to sit here and say that I'm correct. So I typed in federal subpoena, the same as a warrant. Maybe I should put a question mark. A subpoena compels actions by an individual or entity. A warrant authorizes action by legal authority. So no, it's not the same at all, even though it's like a federal thing. That means that there's like 70 people that got called. Then is that what that means? Because I've always heard of like subpoena means that you're being summoned to do something, right? It would make more sense than it being like a warrant, because warrant is more of a paper trail. I mean, yeah, but that's not what it just said. I mean, it would make sense for this situation. Oh, let's just click on this one. No. This is from Cornell Law. So maybe this will help make us understand, because right, to produce something, but does that mean to produce a person? Or to just produce paperwork? That's what I thought. I mean, yeah. Yeah, for something for sure. That's what I'm curious about, because does that mean they had 70 people coming to court? Command each person for whom is directed to do the following at a specified time and place. Command to attend a deposition. Notice of recording deposition, combining and separating command to produce or to permit inspection. Command to produce documents. Okay, so yeah. A subpoena can be used just for documentation. It can be. So I don't understand why they're allowed to use those words, because to me, subpoena and warrant definitely have two completely different meanings. But as we see here, under Cornell law for subpoenas, D is command to produce. Included obligations. A command in a subpoena to produce documents, electronically stored information, or tangible things requires the responding person to permit inspection, copying, testing, or sampling of the materials. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it does sound like it can be used for person or things. So at least we got that out of the way. Yeah, it's a very different process and a very different, yeah. Yeah, I was confused too. Well, this would have been back during the federal grand jury process. This would have been, in my opinion, after his arrest, because there's no way that they did all this in 30 days. Right? Like to attend or produce. That's what makes sense. That's what we were trying to figure out. Like, I doubt they had 70 people showing up. Hey, Allie. Hey, Audrey. Yeah, so that makes more sense. It makes more sense. So it could technically be both. Honestly, it could be both. It could be a mix of documentations and people coming to testify, technically, with the way that they use it. But documents makes more sense. Okay.
Us. We have a million reasons why we need to look at documents. We understand that out of the 51 terabytes that have been produced, that not all of that is evidence that's going to be coming before the court or the jury, but it doesn't mean that they aren't material or exculpatory. The subpoenas, based on reviewing the records, are in the hands of basically three agents. There is an FBI forensic agent by the name, forensic accountant, Michael Douglas. There's a special agent, Travis.
Michael Douglas, the actor? I'm just kidding. I'm going to write these names down.
Travis Shirley, and there is another agent, Mary Tyndall. These are the three agents that are receiving the subpoenas, reaching out to the providers that they're serving and asking for the documents. For the court to understand why we need these documents, I want to tell you what we're doing with discovery and timelines. There are more than 100 search warrants in this case. There are more than 50 grand jury subpoenas in this case.
So that's 150 warrants, technically. 150 different, give me this infos. That's how we're just going to put it from now on.
You've heard all kinds of information about the probable cause affidavit and the timing of that.
Yeah. Because we've seen it like that before, right?
Timing in this case for the defense is everything. So we are creating timelines that put in the dates of affidavits of warrants, the information that's received, and the date that it's produced. With subpoenas, when we don't get a copy of the subpoena and all we get is the warrant or is the subpoena return, we don't know the scope of what the state has asked for. We don't know the date that the subpoena was served. And in some of them, we don't know that there is a certified return. So we can't take our timeline on warrants and our timeline on the probable cause affidavit and our timeline on everything else that we're putting in there and interlay the subpoena information that the state is getting. And we are desperate to find out the timeline in this case and when the state knew what and when. There's no question that motions to suppress are coming. Motions to suppress are coming on warrants. And whether or not those motions to suppress are based on Frank's material because misrepresentations are made depends on the timeline. So if there's a representation made in a warrant that things happened in a certain way, if we are able to look at the timeline and say, we know that the state knew this when, that gives us an answer on whether or not the suppression issue includes a truthful statement in the affidavit.
So what she's saying is while they do have things that show what information they were found. Yeah, Brian, I put that in my community tab. There was also some information about the cell phone before that, though. There was some activity on the phone that apparently somebody should not have leaked. That leaked. Hey, Legendary. That should not have leaked. That leaked it. And then 2 days later, we've got this iPhone 12 being found, which is actually really interesting because the information about the phone like going active it went active like a few weeks ago, but also a few weeks after Caleb Harris went missing. It wasn't talked about, and then it was leaked. I think I know who leaked it. It's probably the same idiot who's causing problems in Sebastian Rogers' case. Sorry, not sorry. Tony's a big problem, and he's still helping Caleb Harris's case. I think he dropped it. I think he leaked the information. The police didn't want the information out there about there being activity on Caleb's phone, and now 2 days later, there's a phone found. So that's a little bit suspicious, and whoever the idiot is that leaked the information, if Caleb was still alive, might have actually like caused more problems for Caleb. That's where I'm at with that. Yeah. I'll be doing a video on Caleb here soon. Anyway, so what she's saying is while they do have the information that came back from the warrants, they don't have what was specifically asked for in the warrants in order to compare what was asked for to what was received, which is important because one of the things, well, one of the several things we learned whenever Ray was talking is that there were several things that are very common to be asked for, but those very common things to be asked for are then missing. So them making sure that the right things were asked for is really important. It's like having the bookends, the same way that he was talking about the information for the machine whenever they first started using that machine and then whenever they stopped it. You have to have the bookend. I don't understand. Like we were taught, and we say this constantly. Yeah. Yeah, it's on my community tab and it's like all over the Facebook pages. It's insane. It was just something that Brian mentioned because Brian knows that I've been covering the case. That's all it was, Tonka. That's all it was. But yeah, so it's important to have the bookend, to have what was asked for and what came back and to see what exactly was missing. Because if certain things aren't asked for, that's important. You're supposed to know how to do your job. And what we've learned so far is that none of them seem to really know what they're doing, honestly. So.
And if I'm not making sense, I want you to tell me to clarify that. But we need to know the timeline of all of the evidence in this case and when the state knew what it knew, or why certain things were being looked at before Mr. Kohberger's arrest or well into late in the year in 2023 related to the victims and try to piece.
What was that? Stuff before Bryan, like the cigarette butt? The person who's a smoker being surveilled so their cigarette butt can be stolen? And all the crazy warrants for after Bryan's arrest that are not even based on anything for Bryan, but the victims? Yeah, it's a little sketchy for us to believe that you got the right guy if you're not trying to get more information on said guy after the fact. You're literally only trying to get more information based off of the victims. So would you not be trying to like make sure you've got all of the details that you need on the person that you're trying to put in front of a firing squad over what you're trying to do with the victims? Because you've had all this time to get the victims' information. Now you should be focusing on your suspect. Yes, there were multiple. So whenever they had those 3 unknown DNAs, technically they had 4 unknown DNAs. And what did they do? Did they send all of those off? Did they send all of those off and get information off of all of those, but then only go based off of Bryan's? Because what told them just to stop? I know not. We're going to have to talk about Sebastian Rogers here soon. Because Daddy-O putting cease and desist letters out telling people to stop trying to help find his son is a problem for me. So we're going to be talking about that soon. I just got some notifications about P.I. Chloe. Now just got a cease and desist letter. Jeebus. There's just too much. There's just too much chaos. There's too many cases where everything is just so screwed up. Yeah. So that's what makes no sense with that situation, because we've seen it. You can go to the public interest site right now and go look at all the warrants that are public. Let's just keep that logical thinking part in mind, that are public right now. And it's all for the victim stuff. All those multiple bank accounts. Now look, I'll sit here and admit to you right now, I have 4 accounts associated with one bank, two accounts associated with another bank, and like 2 other banks that I use. Because I separate my personal, my spending, my YouTube stuff, StreamYard, now that I'm using StreamYard, internet, things like that, like, and then my kids' money. So there's reasons why a grown-ass person who's 36 years old with 3 kids and a mortgage would have multiple bank accounts. But tell me a reason for little college kids to have multiple bank accounts. That shit's weird. That's one thing I won't let go of. There's no reason, in my opinion, for one college person to have multiple bank accounts. And obviously the cops find it a little strange too, because why would they be getting warrants for their bank accounts so many months after Bryan's arrest? Yeah. Yeah. The whole thing with Sebastian's making me so sick. So sick. I mean, maybe. Yeah. I mean, I kind of agree. I mean, maybe one for like the money that they maybe earn on their own job, and then maybe one for like their parents. But then again, you also have to remember I know whenever I was in college, if there was like a little bit of extra money left at the end of like my money coming in for like the tuition period or whatever, they would give you whatever was left. I think they called it like a stipend. Was it called a stipend? It was like the rest of whatever was left after your grants and all the stuff got like paid for your semester. They would give you what was left over. So I'd understand like a bank account for that. But I feel like that's probably not the case for these people. Not for all of them anyway. So I understand why people are like really sketchy, and like I completely understand how some rabbit holes get started. I totally understand it. I don't choose to follow some of them, but I totally get where the domino falls, and I understand why they get a lot of attention. Oh, I know. And like I don't have like the mindset to be completely on Bryan's theory, but I'm telling you right now, Bryan has not let go of his theory on that since day one. The same way my daughter hasn't let go of Dylan and Bethany since day one. So yeah, I mean, theories are theories, and I am totally fine with theories. I I understand how they get started. I do. I get it. I know some stuff is just really sketchy looking for sure. For sure.
These together, is that something that the state is still seeking because they're pursuing the alternate suspects that exist in this case?
Yeah. To me, they are. Because you can make payments with Venmo, you can receive payments with Venmo the same way like PayPal. Okay, so then I technically need to add like 2 more accounts to my shit then, because I also use 2 different PayPals. I have a personal PayPal and then I have a YouTube PayPal. And yeah, anything where you can receive money, make payments, save money, make any sort of transactions with money, yes, to these days it's definitely an account. Just like Google Pay, you can do stuff with your Google Wallet. It's called Google Wallet. I don't use none of that stuff. I don't like my stuff attached to things. But yeah, I would consider all of those types of things accounts. Yeah, but there's also like multiples at banks themselves. Like it's not just like those little bitty small accounts where you can just like, whatever, but it's like banks, which is the problem. It's the banks.
There's so many things that we're trying to understand. So what we're asking you to do is enter an order compelling them to produce the subpoenas. You see that they had at least 2 in their possession that they possess, and it will clarify it for us. And we will be able to create our timeline and put all of these things together and know when and why the state was doing these things. And just to add one other component, you're hearing about cell phone records and cell phone records today being produced on warrants. Well, there were several sets of cell phone records that were produced pursuant to a grand jury subpoena. Still not clear to us why warrant versus subpoena, and they're different providers. And some of it's for phone numbers that we have to figure out who those phone numbers are.
Thank you, Brian. Yeah, I know it's insane, right? I know it's crazy. Yeah, I just don't know which way to. I know that regardless of anything, I don't believe that Brian, if his car was driving around the neighborhood, which I highly doubt, but if it just so happens to be his car, he was not the one doing things inside of the house, because noises were being heard inside of the house at the exact same time that car was driving around, and that's per the cops. That's per their own mistakes. So you can't be driving around a neighborhood and doing all these crazy things inside of a house. You don't stretch like that. We're not Stretch Armstrong. You can't do that. Oh, I don't know. Probably some girlfriend. I don't remember. I didn't look into all that stuff. But yeah. Alternate defendant. I've thought from day one there's a second person, because they never take out one of the co-defendant rules when it comes to the ICR rules that they always quote. It's like 1 through 8, something like that, if I'm remembering right. It's like ICR 16, 1 through 8. And they never do 1, 3 through 8. They do the whole 1 through 8, because it leaves in the co-defendant, which is the main reason why I can't let that go, because they're not notating it correctly. Like, you're taught this in college. Like, I would get marks off of things if I didn't have everything just, perfectly done, notated, referenced, all the things. Okay. If they wanted to make sure that they told the public that they had the one and only person that this was, I think that it would be 1, 3-8. I don't think it'd be 1-8. Just something I'm saying. No. They have apparently already come out and said that he doesn't work for them, didn't work for them. And he can't be the DoorDash driver while Ann Taylor is saying that he wasn't in the area. It can't be both. It can't be both. I believe so too. Some people don't think so. I've also, I've talked to people in the field, and I've had half of them tell me that it normally will mean that there's another vehicle they were looking at. Then I've had the other half tell me that that's normal. So I guess it just depends just how normal rules and everything change per state, even though we're supposed to be one nation under God. Everybody's rules are different. Makes everything very complicated. So I don't know. I don't believe so either. And I've mentioned not only the car, driving around while the noises are being heard inside, but also if you separate the timings and you consider the fact that we're supposed to believe that Xana was awake and getting DoorDash and then walking from the DoorDash door to go back to her room to then eat and blah, 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 blah. They didn't hear all this stuff going on for minutes before they were then attacked. In order for one set of the victims to call 911, they would literally have to both like be being attacked together. You know what I mean? Like that's why I think the video is called "Why Didn't Ethan and Xana Call 911?" that I did. And it's more like, yeah, well, I mean, look, I'll tell you right now. And thank you for being in the middle of the conversation, because it's an important one. When the PCA came out, I was yelling and screaming, screw this dude. I don't want to hear nothing about this guy. It's not about him. It's about the victims. Then the probable cause affidavit came out and we found out we had been lied to. Man, were we upset. Okay. And now that we're paying attention, you can't ignore what the courts are telling you. And I understand that like rumors and people wanting justice, that's great. We all do. That's why we're here. But you can't sit there and listen to the court hearing and have them say stuff like the prosecutor, Santa, who is the main guy who's supposed to be doing this, never read the autopsies, didn't have the autopsies a year ago whenever they were in court. Don't have the cash report. They don't have anything from the feds. They're prosecuting a case blindly. They're prosecuting a case based off what they were told to do. They have nothing in front of them. It's horrible. And not just that, but now 18 months later, that same man who wants us to believe that this is the person who did this, my nose is hella itching on this side. And it is the side my nose is pierced on. What is happening? Okay. He's now standing up and saying, the rumors about Bryan Kohberger stalking the victims are false statements in court. The entire mainstream media narrative was that he was stalking them online. And even though the Goncalves' little screenshots could never be validated by Court TV, by Law and Order, by any of the big networks that they tried to push that narrative off of, every single time they put those on the screen, they would have their own disclaimer claiming none of it could be validated. Now we're hearing that not only do they not have specific location data for the crime scene itself to prove that Bryan was there or not, but now they can't prove if anybody did it. It's a huge issue. And in the end, just like everything else, I understand people want to feel sorry for the families and all that, and people should give them empathy. I understand that. But in the end, I don't really care about them, or them. It's about the victims who really lost their lives and what the truth is. That's why I come off a little harsh sometimes, because in my brain, in the very end of the day, this isn't about Steve and this isn't about Stacy. This isn't about Kara and this isn't about Maddie's family either. Okay. This is about Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, the ones whose lives were actually taken, and the truth coming out in real justice, regardless of how the living feel about it. That's kind of where I'm at with it. That's why I get like so aggravated, because I feel like even the parents kind of forget that sometimes, that it's not about them, it's about their child. And that's what bothers me. Okay.
But all of this information is critical and material for us to be able to do the case, to do our work in this case. So I would ask that you enter an order to compel, and that way the state has the ability to take that to the FBI agents and say, the court has entered an order, we've got to produce the subpoenas, and we'll get the subpoenas. And to the extent that the state may stand up and say, we've got this TUI demands, we've got to deal with TUI, I just want to make it really clear for the court that TUI's not an obstacle. TUI's a hoop to jump through. The code related to 28 CFR 16.21 specifically states that the purpose of TUI is not to prevent federal agents from giving states discovery in a criminal case. The purpose of TUI is because these federal departments want to know when certain records are leaving their files. Understandable, but it's not meant to keep us from getting records that we need in this case.
Exactly. And you know that like the whole TUI thing started with an inmate. I was supposed to do a video on that. I'll get one out that gives like the basics for what TUI requests are. I'd never heard of it before, because it's not even really like a letter. It's like a form. It's a format. And it was started because of something that an inmate needed. And I believe in Florida is where it started. And she's right. Like there's something that are done in order for something to be done. It's not supposed to be something that makes things more difficult. It's supposed to be a direct step in order for you to be able to get what you need. And again, the fact that they're sitting here and acting like it's totally okay for the defense to not have things is bullshit. And I honestly feel like the only reason they're acting like that is because they know that they don't have it either. But that's their fault. They should not be trying to push this case to the death penalty phase with no paperwork. How do you just come up in the court and be like, yeah, we've never seen the autopsies. No, we don't have the cast report. No, we have no idea what the IGG says. Oh, we didn't even bother to get it because we just didn't think you were going to question it. I just don't understand it. Yeah, they all don't have what they need. I don't get it. That's what makes me upset, is that they were trying to tell us, and this is another thing that pisses me off, is like smart ass people who are like, oh, it's just so funny. I thought it was going to actually go to trial in October. No, none of us really thought that, but what if it would have? What if it would have? And they told us the entire time that they had everything, that they had this dude. Black, white, no gray. It was him. No one gives a shit when anybody says they had their dude. 18 months later, we find out there's not still not a single piece of footage of any of that 51 terabytes that even has his face on it. What do you mean? All those months and months and months later, now you're excited to have time to go and do the Pharaoh scanning correctly? How the frick was it done the first time then? And how much did the incorrect time cost? Because this shit costs some thousands, all right? These taxpayers should be pissed. They should be protesting in front of that freaking courthouse. They should be. Crappy cameras and shitty investigations that literally lead to nothing but more questions because they're not even doing their own investigations. These tax-paying people are paying these idiots to do jobs they're not even doing. They're relying on federal government agencies to do their state-level jobs while they get paid state-level taxes to do nothing. It doesn't. Latell County, when are y'all going to stand up against this bullshit? Because they're not helping you guys stay safe. Y'all need to do something. I mean, all of us collectively in our own horrible communities need to all stand up and do something. Because this is rampant. This is everywhere. This isn't just this case.
Thank you.
And y'all are right. I like her. She seems to have just the same cojones as Anne does. She just doesn't seem to care. She's going to go tell it like it is. Jennings, on the other hand.
Well, simply put, we can't give over what we don't have. And we do not have the majority of these subpoenas. What we do have, we turned over.
Sure.
I reached out to the U.S. Attorney's Office. They advised they're not going to provide.
Why?
Because they don't provide subpoenas. You know, just like most grand jury material. What we do have, we turned over. I reached out to the U.S. Attorney's Office. They advised they're not going to provide.
Why?
Because they.
Okay. The U.S. Attorney's Office has already told her, Jennings, they're not going to give them anything. They're not. So there's nothing they can do about it then. Because the Attorney General's office, the U.S. Attorney's Office just said to her, we don't have to give you nothing, so we're not going to do it. This is our government, folks. This isn't supposed to be political, but this is where this is where this crap turns political. Right here. When it gets deep like this. Yeah, this bullshit right here. Yeah. Yeah, you'd think. You would think. Isn't it funny too? Like, tools are supposed to be useful, but then that's like one of the biggest insults, right? This is so stupid. Yeah, this is where it gets political. This is where it gets into your political offices, your elected officials who don't do a damn thing. But we're also seeing it in Micah's case. For those of you who are following me over on Micah Miller's situation that was there in the live for Micah's Law, did you not hear how many times the lawyer said that that freaking coercive control law got put into the Senate or got put into consideration, and the Judiciary Committee just let it collect dust. They don't give a shit about us. They don't give a shit about victims. They don't give a crap about anything but the money in their pockets. It's disgusting. Disgusting.
They don't provide subpoenas.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just like most grand jury material, it's sealed and not typically provided.
Not typically,
Not provided.
but even with a 2E
Yeah.
letter that we can give it, we provide, they wouldn't follow that.
We have not. I'm not sure. But beyond that,
So that she just had a conversation and was told, no, we're not going to give it over to you because we don't have to, but they didn't even file the 2-week request. Y'all so freaking lazy. They're probably making triple what I make, and they don't know how to do a damn thing.
though, even if they were to provide it, I still don't understand how this moves the needle one way or the other. You can tell I've detailed there's 71 federal grand jury subpoenas. And in my response, I've detailed exactly.
That's where the number came from. So how come the defense only has access to see 50 of them, but the state has access to see 71 of them? Oh, that's that stupid magic number I hate seeing everywhere, 21. How come there's 21 subpoenas that the defense doesn't have any access to looking at, but the state knows they exist? Your eye is twitching. Is that your giveaway? Yeah, me too, bro. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like so you just took a phone call and was like, all right. Wow. See what I mean? Incompetent.
What they were for and what records were received so that you can get the scope of what was requested from the actual records. The piece of paper that was given over saying, give us these records is all they're asking for, but they have the records. They have the important part of this.
So they have the timing based on the subpoenas
Off of
that
the
you
records,
provided to the defense.
off of the records provided. You can tell the scope as well as what they're for. And I've detailed exactly what they were for, the scope, in my response.
Okay, response.
Judge, I think
And see, that just goes back to Jennings being so not giving a shit. Like, as if this was reversed, and she was for the defense side, she can't sit there and act like she'd be asking the exact same questions and for the exact same things that Taylor's asking for. Exactly. The whole thing. Jennings did. Jennings said that there was 71. Massoth right here said there was 50. That there was 100 state, right? 100 state warrants and 50 federal warrants, where Jennings just said 71. So again, to me, that's still them withholding evidence from the defense. Because if they have 21 more than the defense knows is there, why? Shouldn't they by now know exactly how many and have access to all of it? I am just like aggravated. So aggravated.
be wasting the court's time asking for this if the questions were answered based on the state's response to our
Exactly.
request for discovery. Timing is critical on when a subpoena is served, what was the scope, then we can look at the documents to see if they're actually responsive to the scope. And knowing the timing of when that was served versus when it's produced to us is different. And again, I mentioned some of these things are pre-arrest of Mr. Kohberger, and some of it is in the middle, and some of it is, frankly, months after the fact, if not a year after the fact, where they're looking for things related to the victims. And
Can I ask a question? Because Ms. Jennings just said that that the dates, well, all the subpoenas that were provided to you, 71 subpoenas, and each one of those had the scope of what the request was in the subpoena, and that it would be dated.
that's not true.
That's
That's not true. Yeah. There are all kinds of different records and different methods that the people that were the businesses and the people that were asked to produce the records produce them in different form. I do not know when they received the subpoena, the timing of it. And I do not know for all of these, what was the scope of what was asked for versus what was produced. I do know what's produced, but I don't know the timing. And the answer of the date discovery provided, which is in Exhibit 1, that the date that a discovery is provided to us doesn't answer the first two questions that I have, which is the timing of when they asked for it and the scope that was stated in the subpoena of what they asked for.
And see, honestly, it does matter. It really matters, because you don't want to see a warrant being served and it take like forever, because there's supposed to be like certain forms that get filed if it's within like a certain time frame of it not being there, right? But then you also don't want to see the return for that warrant sitting on somebody's, sitting in somebody's inbox for 3 months because no one gives a shit either. So I feel like that's also something else they're probably trying to like make sure about. And we've seen that a lot, actually.
Some companies were asked probably for a certain number of months, and they didn't have records that were responsive to those number of months, right? Because when the state's doing this investigation, they're not necessarily knowing exactly what records exist. So being able to be specific is important. And I want to touch on this issue of it. It's not in their possession. I get that. But you have complete control over what evidence is going to be coming into this case with your orders. You make it crystal clear. Produce it, or it's not coming in. That's the first level of sanction. And then we can just get going from there. Something that's destroyed, you can't produce that, there's going to be a spoliation instruction.
You mean like the DNA? You mean like the DNA? Yeah, they can't recreate that. The defense team cannot go in there and take that exact same DNA sample that they claim was on that knife sheath and recreate the testing in order to validate that the original testing is correct. They can't. They are literally going based off of what they're being told, without a control test, without them being able to go in there and validate that they didn't screw it up. But we also know that they don't care about that either, because look how the state just blatantly went into that courtroom and did all of this without having a single piece of paper in front of them. How can he sit here? Well, he's not sitting there so confident now, but how could Santa sit there yelling and screaming to the choir this whole time, having literally nothing? Like, I really, 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 really would hate to see the way that his entire career has gone up until this point, because this is supposed to be him being like seasoned. That's kind of scary.
Something that we keep repeatedly asking for, and it gets past time, we're going to knock the death penalty off the table. You have control to get these issues that we are struggling with fixed by saying, this is my order, produce it, or there's going to be a sanction.
You may be overestimating my power.
I think you're underestimating your power.
Well,
I think you need to remember that you're a judge, or give up your stupid robe, because it's obviously useless. What do you mean? Does he forget that he is literally like the authority right now? Until a jury comes in and they're the ones who are supposed to make the decision, he is a decision maker. Like, we have Frances Goal in Delphi that's a complete just like biatch, okay? She doesn't give a damn. She's insane. She needs to be taken off the case. Then we have this guy who wants to play besties with everybody and not make anybody upset. So he just was like, I mean, that's not my power. Then why are you a judge? Judge. Even in his name, Judge. You suck at this. What do you mean? Yes, you have the power to say, I don't like how this is going. I feel like you don't have your situation in hand. So because I don't feel like you really got what you got going on, then I'm going to do this about it. That's literally his job as a judge. Right? Gotta wonder. For real. He's got no balls. No balls, no spine, no backbone. No hoopsfla, however you say that word. I always try to say that word and always mess it up. He's got nothing. Pushover. He's pretending. He's cosplaying as a judge. He's not even the Temu judge anymore. He's the cosplay judge. Unbelievable.
I have a good sense of where my power starts and ends.
No, you don't.
So
Right.
I don't know. I mean, there's so much discovery that has been shared. Are all of these 71 subpoenas, have they been provided to me at this point? Because I don't think I've seen them.
You know, they went through a federal grand jury. So this, you know, we haven't seen anything in terms of grand jury testimony, transcripts. What I have surmised based on my federal practice, because I spend about 50% of my time in federal court, is that they've used a federal grand jury as an investigative tool because the FBI is partnering with them. That makes
Okay. But before or after? Before or after his arrest? Because they had 7 days, guys. We're being told the 23rd is whenever the feds gave the family tree over to Moscow. What I want to know is what were the charges? Because they would have to be worded differently in order for them to be considered federal charges, right? She is about to say the timing? Okay.
makes complete sense. These subpoenas are in the hands of the 3 agents that I gave you the names of. They haven't come through you. They're in the hands of the agents. And so it's a matter of them just gathering the records that those agents have in their possession and providing to us. You know, and it helps us create this timeline in a case where discovery is being given to us as if we're living in a snow globe and it's just swirling around us and we're constantly having to put it together. So, you know, you've asked us several times, what can I do to help you guys get your work done? This is one of those things. Let us see the subpoenas so we can overlay this in our timeline.
But you just want the subpoenas. You don't necessarily are going to get the response.
We have the responses. We have the records, but
No, it's very pretty. It is. It's very, very pretty. I mean, every state has its crazy, you know what I mean? And every state has those small towns, especially college towns that are very cult-like. Just got to be careful. That's all you got to do.
But what the records don't tell us is what was in the subpoena. It's like a warrant return. What is a warrant based on? It's based on an affidavit.
So
Right.
this is what you want, the paper that says
And the
this is
exhibit.
what we want.
And the Exhibit A that's attached to that, which I didn't give you a copy of Exhibit A, but Exhibit A is attached to each one of those, and then it specifies to the company, you know, you're looking for phone numbers that are this, and this for these dates. You're looking.
And that was something else that she just mentioned. And I remember us having that same issue. And we don't even really know a lot. We knew like the last 4 of certain phone numbers for like the victims and Bryan's phones. But just like she said, there's phone numbers in these search warrants that they don't even know who they belong to. So how are they going to sit there and do search warrants for phone numbers for people that apparently they don't have names for, and then hand those over to the defense like they're part of the case? What if those phone numbers and those search warrants belong to a completely different case altogether, and because nobody is categorizing or labeling anything, they've got other people's information in this case that has nothing to even do with it? They're so disorganized and so stupid. Just like with the folder that Mallory was just like blatantly throwing whatever in when it came to the camera footage. How do we know that any of that like might not actually belong to that case? It is very scary because they're so freaking incompetent and lazy. This is why so many people are like, let AI take over. Look how the humans do things. Very, 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 very scary.
Doesn't have the date on it when it
And
was served.
those subpoenas tell us we know when they are served because it comes back with a date on it. And then
Right.
and then the attachment A has the scope of what they've asked for. What we've gotten is the documents without, it's like not having the affidavit to the warrant return.
Okay. I think I understand that. And I'm going to go back to Ms. Jennings and just clarify. What have they been given already?
They have been given records for in response to all 71 of those federal grand jury
Do they,
subpoenas.
do they have dated on there? Because that's,
Many of them do. You can see that from the description of the contents that I provided
Yeah.
before. I can't say that all of them do, but many of them do.
Not all of them.
well, that's
some of
very
them.
important, apparently, for the defense. Because
Why is he such a freaking sarcastic asshole? Sorry, not sorry. Well, apparently it's important for the defense. If it was your life on the line, sir, it'd be freaking important to you too. What do you mean? Why are you a judge? Quit. Just quit. Retire. Do everybody in your tax bracket a favor and retire because you are just... Ooh, he's making me mad.
because Mathis said that timing is everything here. So I think that's what they're really after. That's one of the things they're after is just the time frame.
We can seek to inquire as to, because what I keep hearing is they need to know the date that these various companies received the subpoena. We can still inquire. It's provided on a lot of these,
Right.
but on the ones we're missing, we can attempt to inquire and find out the date that it was served, and we can still do that without providing the piece of paper.
Well, besides the timing, what's the relevance to this this scope that was requested? And you know,
What's the relevance?
Yeah.
We're not relying on any of
I
these.
know I don't think you're. What do you think they think is relevant?
Okay, so if they've got access to 71 pieces of federal grand jury evidence, let's just label it that way. You mean to tell me you have 71 pieces of federal grand jury evidence that was used in an investigative grand jury? None of it is worth a shit to you? Is it because none of it points to your person you're trying to put in front of a gun, in front of a firing squad? So you mean that an entire federal investigative grand jury got put together and not a single piece from that is useful to the prosecution? How did they get Bryan in handcuffs, if that's the case?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So what is the relevance? But aside with the timing, okay, and the scope.
Judge, I'm not going to give you the specific date right now in open court on one of the subpoenas, but they used a subpoena to get one of the most critical pieces of evidence in this case. And they know that.
Okay.
And they are going to use that.
What is that? What is that? So if Masoth is standing here saying it's one of the most important pieces of the case, and she knows for a fact that they're going to use it, how can the prosecution stand up there and literally state, oh yeah, we know of all 71 things, but we're not going to use it? No.
It's something that I don't know of.
Well, I mean, you probably you do know of it. It's in the probable cause affidavit.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Jennings.
What I can tell you is that for the majority of the stuff,
Right, but how many things are in the PCA? I mean, that's a good guess, but we don't know. That's a good guess, but we don't know. Look, what would be interesting to me is if there was something on one of the victims' phones. Like if one of the victims' phones accidentally recorded and has Bryan on the freaking video, that's all I need. I won't even I literally would have no reason to question anything else at all. If they came out at any point and said they found Bryan's DNA under X amount of fingernails because of the fight that ensued, okay, if you got him under more than one fingernail, then I believe you. But I just don't think it's that serious. I just don't. But I would really, 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 really love to know what Masoth knows is in this information that she knows for a fact that the prosecution is planning on using, while the prosecution is standing up here saying they're not planning on using any of it, because that's what they literally just told the judge. We're not using any of it, so it doesn't matter to us. And there's a lot of things in that PCA. There's quite a few things in the PCA. It could be phone records. It could be something with the DNA. It could be something with the car. We don't know. but nothing seems to be completed. Right? Like it could only be certain amounts of things, but it could still be more than one thing, but it's still like a very narrow. Yeah, you're right. Right, then just hand it all over. I mean, Bryan thinks so. Bryan thinks so. I mean, it sounds like there's a big issue. Yeah. Yeah. Show your chicken scratch. Oh, wait, it doesn't exist. Or that. Or that. Good point. One of the most important pieces of evidence that Masoth is talking about very well could be exculpatory. You're right. And that could be, well, then again, why would they use it? I don't think that the prosecution, I don't think she would be like dead set on the prosecution using it if it was something that was exculpatory. But it still could be, because it doesn't seem like the state knows what they're doing. Hey. I mean, it just doesn't. It doesn't look like they know what they're doing at all. Wild.
We did state search warrants, and we've received many of these records that way.
Okay, thank you. All right, enough with that. Thank you very much.
Enough with that.
Appreciate it.
I don't care. I'm just an idiot up here getting paid for nothing.
Maybe it's a time to, well, let's see, where you still have your argument. How long do you think?
Your Honor, my intention is to talk about the law that governs discovery requests and ask you to compel certain things. I'm going to go through our 4 requests. I'm going to tell you a few things that we have, and I'm going to tell you why you ought to order that the state give us the rest of it, how it's material to us, and how it's in the possession and control of the state. And I'm going to do the same thing. I would say I'm going to talk 15 minutes, maybe.
Yes. Richard Allen's attorneys are constantly filing motions for Judge Seagull Face to get the hell off the case. Yes. You can. It's just a motion. And they literally could be like, I don't think he takes his job seriously, and this is the reasons why. He's a sarcastic asshole. This is why, And they could. Very much legally can ask for a different judge. And what's crazy to me, and I didn't know this, I guess because I don't really pay attention too much about like the court stuff. I'm more into like the event itself. I did not know that like the judge didn't change whenever there was a change of venue. Like I literally thought that like if they ended up taking the case 5 counties away, that also meant that they sat a different judge. I was wrong. Judge, even if there's a change of venue, will go with the case. Which means he'll get paid more because he'll get like per diem and hotel stay and all these things for doing absolutely nothing. Look at this. It's something that I've been wondering for like a while. Like can we get a judge in here that actually gives a shit? That would be beautiful.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Thank you. Again, where I want to start is with Idaho Criminal Rule 16 that governs discovery. 16A directs which things are mandatory disclosures from the state. Those are things I don't even have to ask for. And those are items that the state has possession and control over that would tend to negate guilt or reduce punishment. 16B is the portion of the rule that governs when I request items in the course of my preparation of the case. And I would have the court keep in mind 16.
Because he doesn't, Allie. Because he doesn't. Like, I swear it's like his first case. I mean, I appreciate the fact that he has no issue like grabbing a book and looking up a law, but he literally sounds like he doesn't understand the seriousness of what he does. That's a problem for you to not understand the urgency of your job and take it so nonchalantly. Issue for me.
And the prosecutor's responsibilities and Idaho Criminal Rule 16B and the discovery requests that we've made and what we have not received. We've asked for documents, we've asked for reports, we've asked for qualifications and summaries from experts, and we've asked for media that's been gathered in the case. The court can order other things that we asked for based on the need of the case. I would remind the court of the case that Ms. Nassa just talked to the court about, State versus Pendleton. I know the court's familiar with this. This is a good case because it's recent and because it takes the time to define what's material and what's within the possession and control of the state. We need to think about our motion to compel in the order we are requesting from you in the context of what's in the possession and control of the state. Your Honor, the State versus Pendleton case says that any law enforcement, and this includes the prosecutor's office, it includes their staff, it includes any law enforcement that worked with them on the case. In this case,
This is something that bothers me. Because I'm under the assumption that a judge is like the mediator, right? Like the referee. He's not set technically until like trial. And it's not a judge, like it's not a judge at the end of the trial making a decision. It's a jury, right? But to me, yeah, he's not supposed to have any more or any less than what both sides have. He's supposed to be the one that mediates to make sure that both sides are doing their jobs correctly. And I don't like the fact, and I've mentioned this ever since we found out, that he knows more about the IGG information than the defense. And a lot of people argue, okay, well, the state's going to end up filing a motion of limine to exclude the IGG stuff. Then why haven't they? Like, I know that a lot of people are like, oh, well, that's normally something right before trial. So they've wasted how many millions of tax dollars on this stupid IGG fight that they're not even going to use then? And if they're not going to use it, then let Bryan go, because regardless of what anybody says, that IGG is what put those cuffs on that boy. Because they would have had no reason to go to Pennsylvania and follow him if the feds wouldn't have given them that so-say family tree, if that's even how it went. The IGG is the most important part of this case, regardless of what they try to say. And I don't like the fact that the judge selected the pieces that were okay for the defense to look at. That's not normal. Yeah, that's not normal at all. I agree. I don't like that. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
We're looking at Moscow Police Department, Idaho State Police Department, Idaho State Police Forensics Lab, and FBI agents, to name a few. So what those entities have and have developed are within the possession and control of the prosecutor. So with that backdrop, I want to run through our specific requests and talk about what we need. You've heard testimony, and so I think you know why these things are material, but let's go over it again. Starting with the fourth motion to compel. Ms. Massoff went over 1A, the grand jury subpoenas.
I didn't need a dime.
I'm going to leave that argument alone. She did a fabulous job with that. When we're looking at 2A, this all comes from the defendant's 11th supplemental request for discovery. 2A is the video on King Street. Your Honor, we began asking for that a long time ago. We have it in full, so we don't have to talk about that. We received that full for all of the hours and days in question with both audio and video on 510. So we can mark.
Okay. So a month ago, finally, 510, they finally got all of the King Street video, is what she just said. Now, it sounds like she has the full thing. And this is also the one where she was stating that they're piecing audio and video together. But it sounds like she's finally got the full one. But I wonder if it's the full unadulterated one. Because again, in my situation, anytime I had to turn in evidence, it couldn't even have like an arrow. Like I couldn't have like taken a screenshot, clicked edit, and then made an arrow with my finger pointing to what I needed them to look at. It had to be completely unadulterated, like original. So I'm wondering if she has the full original or if it's pieced together boo-boo. She just said they got it. She just said that they have it as of 510. I'll go back and listen to it again, but that's what she just said. And she said it was the full thing.
Grand jury subpoenas. I'm going to leave that argument alone. She did a fabulous job with that. When we're looking at 2A, this all comes from the defendant's 11th supplemental request for discovery. 2A is the video on King Street. Your Honor, we began asking for that a long time ago. We have it in full, so we don't
have it in full now. We
received that full for all of the hours and days in question with both audio and video on 510. So we can mark 2A, item 219 off of our list.
She just said it. She just said it was King. So yeah, they've got it. I just don't know if it's... I don't even think Othram got halfway through. That's what I would love to know. Like, what process did Othram get to before they were told to stop? I'd love to know. No, she just said they do have it in full. That's why they don't have to talk about it. If it wasn't in full, she'd still be harping on it the way she's been harping on it, because she's had no issue coming in here and being like, it's bits, it's pieces. The audio's here. The video's here. This is boo-boo. Where's my evidence? Is what she's been doing. And she just said, we've got it. It's in full. It's from King Street. It's hours and days full of it. We don't have to discuss it anymore. We can cross it off the list. I'll play it one more time, but that's what she said, guys.
In full, so we don't have to talk.
I'll even put the
Malone
captions
did a
on.
fabulous job with that. When we're looking at 2A, this all comes from the defendant's 11th supplemental request for discovery. 2A is the video on King Street. Your Honor, we began asking for that a long time ago. We have it in full, so we don't have to talk about that. We received that full or all of the hours and days in question with both audio and video on 5/10. So we can mark 2A, item 219 off of our list.
Yep. See? We got to pay attention. We have to pay attention. It's been a huge issue because it should never have been cut in pieces and stitched together like some crap. Never should have been. Ever. This should have been handled like this months and months and months and months and months ago. In full, handed over without fighting. Why in the shit is it taken 17 months for them to get this audio whenever we had Linda Lane leaking all over the place instantly? She just said King Street. She just said, I mean, I'm not going to play it for a fourth time. You feel free to go back and listen to it again, but she just said it herself, and I just put the captions on. So that's exactly what she said.
219.
219.
I've gone through pages and pages and pages. So I think I really appreciate you being very specific about, what you have now and what you want still.
Good, because it's the only way to keep track of it.
Yeah. Well,
That's a good question. I'd have to go back and see the date that he came on. I'd have to see the date because I know that there was stuff that was just found like the week prior and like the day before, right? Because he sucks at his job. So very possible. Very possible.
same here. Thank you.
You're welcome. Your Honor, item 2B in our fourth motion to compel is item 224. That's the cast biz law. And this one is rough. The court heard last week Detective Mowry say, I don't have any of those, except I found these other items that we'll give you now, which were not Mowry's cast biz laws. The hard part for us about this one, Judge, and I have to make a record, I think you can order them to double check, and I'm going to ask you to order them to double check. But the hard part of this for me is that on January 9th, we asked for these cast biz logs. And the response from the state was cast biz does not produce logs.
Flat tires are my worst nightmare. Even worse, my car doesn't have a spare. It pays to be.
And that's just not true. It does. It's capable. It produces logs. You've heard that in the testimony.
Cyree.
Then we filed our motion to compel and explained we have an expert. We know it produces logs. We're going to bring them. And the response was the working files were not saved. We received that response on April 23rd, 2024. And
so that tells you right there. And that's why it's fine to me that Cyree has I had this conversation with somebody yesterday because I heard something. I'm not going to come out here and just say it just yet, but apparently there might be some stuff coming out where people are not too happy with Cyree testifying and they might be trying to get him to not testify. It's just rumors and stuff. I haven't seen anybody talking about it officially yet, but it wouldn't surprise me with how some of these people are. But it would make more sense for that situation to be she brought Cyree on, not technically to technically prove Bryan's complete innocence, even though everything he's saying is exculpatory. According to Cyree, everything he's seeing is definitely exculpatory to Bryan. But it was another way for her to use their own evidence against them. The same way that Bryan has already stated, I don't need this and I don't need this. I'm going to use everything you've got to prove that it's not me. You have, man. The dude that I hear this stuff from, he is in with a lot of people, and I have not gotten a piece of information from him yet that has been incorrect. So if that happens and that family tries to come out here and petition for Cyree to be off this case, you best believe I'm going to be out here running my mouth. So y'all just get ready. If it happens, just get ready. It's not about who I follow. It's about who has my personal cell phone number and gives me information. And that's just one person. Yeah. What? For real? Did he really? So that means he's been involved in this case, like looking at this case for a while. I did not know that. With Anne? Guys, when? Do you know where is this talked about? Like, does he talk about it on his podcast? There's a photo of him? Okay, I'm gonna go back looking through. Damn. I didn't know that. I didn't even think about that because it sounds like he just kind of like got brought in and was like looking just at the records. The hat. Oh yeah. He has a very specific taste in hats. That's wild. That's insane. Well, then that tells me that he has to be pretty confident in what he's saying, yeah? To be around the entire time, yeah, that's wild. To be around for that long. Was it all over there? I mean, if there's photos, you can, prove it, whatever. I'm going to go look around. Oh, you mean for the Pharaoh scanning? Was he walking around for that? Damn. I'm going to go find that information now. That's awesome to me. That means a whole lot more, honestly, because like I've mentioned, he has done nothing but try to put bad guys away. All of them. Everybody he's worked on a case, bad guy in jail, right? For him to be walking around the house looking at things and still everything I'm seeing is exculpatory, that is so important. Okay. Well, I'll find the like original stuff. That's insane. That's insane. Dang. The prosecution should be wetting their pants. Damn. But yeah, it seems like they are literally keeping to theme. And I've mentioned this for a long time. Standing silent, using all of their information against them is exactly what they're doing. And it looks like she's been keeping to that for a long, long time. Yes, they can. If there's nothing but and that's honestly, Payne deserves to be charged and to lose his job. He got on that stand and he admitted that he doesn't know a damn thing worth a damn when it comes to any of the information in that probable cause affidavit, and that he got all of his knowledge about it from other people, but that there was no correspondence where he could take verbatim information and put it in this. It was all word of mouth conversations that, again, if you don't have the intellect to understand a concept, then you cannot take a conversation about said concept back to your desk 100 yards away, sit down, and then try to remember what was said and not screw something up. Payne does not deserve his job, and technically he deserves criminal charges. Because how many cases has he done this with where he has done police reports? All of it. All of it. It's all poisonous. It's all poisonous. I need to make a members emoji of like the poisonous apple from Snow White. I really like the black, purple, green version, but I'm probably going to manipulate it for my colors for the channel. Yeah, we need a fruit of the poisonous tree emoji at this point. With pay, girl. I mean, that's fine. I mean, that just means the photos out there in like mainstream. I'm gonna go find the original stuff. I don't like getting my information from other channels. I'm gonna find it. That's insane to me. That is just that like definitely elevates his amount of knowledge on the case itself, which is still just insane to me. No wonder Santa Claus is sitting there like that. Like, this man wasn't just like brought in and shown some AT&T records. Okay, this man walked the location, probably brought some of his own equipment out there, tracked the way things worked. And that's what I'm saying now. they can't even try to go out there and replicate it at this point because the way that the location is completely changed. Noises and signals and stuff bounce off that area completely differently now that that big, huge house is gone. They're not going to toss it. They would need to bring it all the way to trial and prove him not guilty. They're not just going to toss it. Not with 4 lives. Not with 4 lives. If information is obtained illegally and more information comes from said illegal information, then every bit of that information that is obtained from the illegal information, regardless of if it is true and factual and actually proves that somebody is guilty or not, it is inadmissible because it was gotten illegally. Sort of like the saying ill-gotten gains. It's like that. Like, say, like, here's a tree, and right here, I did some shitty shit with the IGG information and falsified a record, okay? And from that IGG falsified information, I then got a search warrant. And say from that search warrant, a million other things happened. Well, you can just cut this finger off. Because everything that you just did from that is now irrelevant. If that makes any sense. Yeah. Which is why, like, the state coming out and being like, PCA is irrelevant. Let them go. What you mean it's irrelevant? How can you arrest a man and then be like, oh, what we arrested him with, irrelevant? Insane. It's so wild. It's just crazy. Okay, good. I'm glad I try to, like, figure, I'm very visual. Maybe it's because I have kids. It's all insane. All right, let's listen to some more lies. Well, not lies. Anne's telling the truth, but let's just listen to some more insanity here.
Then on May 10th, we got a little bit more explanation about default settings were used and optional session files were not uploaded. This is really, really difficult because of the varying answers that we've received. The court's heard testimony from Mr.
I'm out of coffee. I'll be right back.
Ray about how important these logs are to know what was done. This is really challenging. We can't recreate what Detective Mallory, who testified before the grand jury, did, unless the court orders that we get the tower list he used and we have the CAST-VIZ program. And quite frankly, that's what we want. We need to see how this work was done. This is important work. I'll tell you the other thing that's really troubling and frustrating, aside from the other files that we received in preparation for motion to compel, is these screenshots that we got for the first time last week when we're on a motion to compel and have a witness before the court. We didn't have those screenshots that Detective Mallory had created before. The only thing we had was Exhibit 48 that was given to the grand jury, which is a video that was handed over then. So this is really problematic to be told these varying things and then have something else produced on the day of testimony. Your Honor, we are going to request that the court order that we have the tower list used by Detective Mallory and access to the CAST-VIZ program so our expert, Mr. Cy Ray, can go through and see what Detective Mallory did. That it's imperative that we be allowed to do that. That's the only way to recreate what Detective Mallory did.
It seems to me he did acknowledge that he just went back and provided this a day or 2 days before he testified that he found this additional information. So I'm thinking that the state got that information and had provided that to you. Now, we also heard a lot of the quotes missing pieces today, which I'm guessing that FBI, Mr. Valance, and
Thanks for joining.
Detective Mallory are going to go back through that and see if there's something else. At this point, I'm assuming that some things may have fallen through the cracks. I mean, it is very complicated. There was a lot going on. We have some time before a trial. I just hope that everybody goes through their computers or their files or whatever they're going through so that it's complete. So what I've been watching over the last 2 months is that there have been
supplemental responses to the defense. So things were coming in. They were waiting for information to come in so that they could provide that to you. So that's why I don't want to go backwards either. I just want to make sure that we are addressing what you don't have and what actually you're entitled to. So that's the tower list. I mean, I don't know anything about tower lists, so I'm learning about that. I don't know that Detective Mowry addressed that, unless I missed that.
Your Honor, I believe he testified last week that he used the tower list that was contained in the AT&T record that he received. You heard today that that doesn't exist. And you heard today that the tower list was something different that he used. And that tower list had once that was entered, there was a selection on the program to do tower density as well. Like that.
Like I said, it's confusing.
It is. It definitely is.
We'll keep going.
Okay, thank you.
You want the tower list?
Yes, I think I'm getting that, but I definitely want that. I want the one that Mowry used to do his CAS Viz work back in May of last year. That's the one I really want right now, at least at this juncture in the documents right now.
Yeah,
I do want to clear up though, when we talk about what Detective Mowry found last week when he was preparing to testify, those are emails between him and Nick Balance. Those are JSON files from Nick Balance to Detective Mowry. None of those things that he found, other than screenshots, like the exhibit that you have of his map with the different sized towers depicted, other than those screenshots, the other things he had came from Nick Balance. Those were not his logs that he found. Those were not his towers that he found, just to be sure.
That's a good question. That's a good damn question. Maybe that's something we should look at. If there's ever been investigators or, I mean, shit, even people in, have a good day, Richard. Even in, like people in Santa's position, prosecutors. Like maybe we should look and see if there's any cases where they've just done some like completely incorrect, wrong, boo-boo bullshit and they've been charged. Because I'm curious. It is a great question. Because Payne is literally up there. And it's not just Payne. Like there's no way in shit that Moscow Police Department are going to sit there and keep this man employed at this point, knowing what he said on the stand about his freaking complete incompetence. Yeah, legally. And that's what I said. That's been my biggest thing too. There is still a possibility that Bryan is some psycho fucking freak. Okay. Let's just put it out there like that. There's still a great possibility of that, which means their incompetence could let somebody who's capable of this kind of stuff out on the street. Okay. Because you have to look at it both ways. Not only could their incompetence be putting an innocent man on death row, but their incompetence could also be allowing things to be taken out of court, deemed inadmissible because of illegalities, incompetence, and stupidity. Because we don't know. And this goes for every courtroom, every single state, everywhere. This kind of incompetence could kill an innocent person or let a freak out to go kill more people. Either way, they're screwed. Exactly. Either way. He got some sort of award from some sort of secret service for something. Some sort of exemplary boo-boo. Yeah, he did. I popped it up here, I think like 2 lives ago, I think it was. I was like, I know he did not get an award for this because he doesn't even know what he's doing at all. Are they completely immune? Are you for real? So they're allowed to just do all kind of dumb boo-boo bullshit and nobody gets held accountable for nothing? That's what I'm wondering. Like if they're doing some real illegal stuff, like if they're breaking federal laws, if they're breaking regulations that are put forth for them to follow, and they have taken an oath to follow said laws, they should be held accountable. Hiya. Was it Mowry that got that one? Oh. Oh my gosh. Okay, see, that's what I mean. And you know, the prosecutor, for those of you who know anything about like my situation, the stupid prosecutor who didn't pay attention to the fact that my ex fought a 15-year-old and thought that it was just like a normal, like adult domestic situation. You know, he ended up getting like a promotion. That incompetent fool that I had to argue with back and forth and protect my own life from, because he was an idiot that not only didn't see that my ex fought a 15-year-old child with a disability at that, but then also let him out on probation to live 5 minutes away from us. And I had to call and yell and scream at this idiot to put an ankle monitor on him for our own protection. He got a goddamn raise and a promotion 3 months later. And no, I do not live in Idaho. So yeah, they don't do shit. They don't do their jobs. And then they get participation trophies. Yeah. I know. Tell me about it. You're not telling me nothing I don't know. Okay. But it's absolutely insane that all of these people that take oaths to protect the public, that are public servants that get paid from our tax dollars, don't do their jobs and then get awards for not doing their jobs. You know what happens if I don't do my job? I get written up. I get demoted. I get all the things that you would normally do. Like, those things don't happen to me. But in your job, if you do not do your job, you get called in, you get talked to, you get told what you need to improve on, like we're kind of being told that Bryan was told to do. Because he was having like TA problems, right? How do you get awarded for doing your job incorrectly? And this is rampant in every department, it seems like. And if you've taken an oath to follow these laws, you should be like triply punished. For real. Oh, I never said I was a nurse. I still work in the medical field, Rusty. I'm just not a nurse. Yeah, which makes no sense to me. Because it was off campus and had nothing to do with the university at all. Literally at all. Yeah. And I feel like that's like my problem, is that I expect things to work the way that we're told they're supposed to work. I expect people to be people of their word and do what they're supposed to do because that's what they're supposed to do. And I don't feel like I should be the bad guy for being like all kinds of screwed up about the fact that they didn't do what they were supposed to do. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I am expecting you to do your job the way you told me your job was supposed to go, but then every single time you don't do it, I'm the bad guy for pointing out how you suck. That's not how that works at all.
But those are still missing to the extent they exist, and we can't recreate what he did without the list and program. Moving on.
Thank you.
Moving on then, Your Honor, is item 226. That's called the Hemisphere Program, also known as a Timing Advance Report. Your Honor, this is one of the troubling areas again. The first response was that the records do not exist. There were letters exchanged between the state and us asking for more information. In one of the letters from the prosecutor, we were told that this program was not used in Bryan Kohberger's case. And then we filed a motion to compel, and we were told that the state was not in possession of the timing records. And then the next supplemental response in May of this year, just a couple of weeks ago, was to tell us that there's some new certified records from AT&T that we're going to get. I don't know what those are. I can tell you that these timing advanced reports were asked for from AT&T, from Verizon, from T-Mobile, and another cell phone company. In both of the early AT&T warrants, we called them the 48-hour, and then the extended warrants back on December 23rd, 2022. We don't have those. So I just want to make a record that I need to know what happened. Moving on then to 228, item 228, that was trying to understand what was relied upon for the second AT&T warrant. And we heard quite a bit today from Detective Payne about what he relied on for that second warrant. And that had to do with what was produced and analyzed in the first warrant.
Seems that way.
However, we asked for some emails and some communications. We know about some text messaging that we've received, but we don't have written correspondence, email correspondence, exchanging information, just the text messaging. So we want all of the email communication between Payne and Balance, or between anybody from Moscow PD and anybody from the FBI.
Do you guys want to go over Balance's testimony in Daybell? Like, is it out there? Like a bunch of people watched it. And I feel like we're only going to get like a really good like feel for how this guy is going to do in this case is if we see him in action. So I've been thinking about it for a few days, like going in and just getting the clips of him testifying just so that we can sort of like get a vibe for him. What do you guys think? Let me know. And I'll go do, okay, yeah, do that. I've been thinking about it because I know about the Daybell Vallow case, but I'm not watching it. Like I know about it. It's insane. I get it. Like it's cray people, but I feel like we probably should, right? Okay. Okay. Well, I'll get it and then we'll figure it out some point next week. We'll go over them.
Your Honor, item 229 is the MAID data. I would say we received a disclosure, and I think we got that on either 510 or 517. And I'm going to need some time to have an expert help me out with that. I don't know if that's complete.
No, it's Idaho. It's Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow. They're the religious psychopaths who, I mean, basically the Micah Miller story is like the way that Chad and Lori's story sort of started. It's church related, religious related, deaths involved, spouses being killed, and then children. And then, yeah, it's a bunch of crazy stuff, but it's in Idaho. If you go to, actually, some of you might not even like know or ever go here. This right here is the official case of interest website for Idaho. You can see every document for Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow here too, because they are on it. They are on it. You can see everything. So considering that he's already testified in an Idaho case, then yeah, we probably should go over.
Also know that in the fifth motion to compel, there is information we asked for from Babel. That was a program that was used to help decipher some of the MAID data. And we're going to talk about that in a minute, but that one's yet to come. So I'm going to ask the court for an order compelling the state to give me all the MAID data. They may have already complied, though. And their intent to comply, I can tell you that.
What does that stand for again?
Mobile advertiser. Let's see, I've got it in here.
Okay, I'm glad.
Identification number, mobile advertiser identification number.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'll check it after this.
All right, Judge, we are now talking about item 242, the cast report. The history of this is we came to the court asking for the cast report, knowing it was relied upon last year, and the court ordered that we receive it. We received one that was stamped draft all over it. You've heard testimony about that today from Mr. Ray, and it's not a final report, and we knew that when we got it. We asked for that. We asked for the analysis behind that.
So they want to make sure that you know it's a draft because it's literally like all over the entire paper. So it's like it's like this. You know what I mean? Like it's stamped all over all of it that it's a draft. Okay, we get it. So where's the original? If you could spend all that extra print on making sure that it's stamped draft, where's the rest of it? Where's the rest of it?
And we haven't received that. We were told on February 23rd of this year that the state will provide this by March 31st. Well, March 31st came and went, and we did not get it. So on April 23rd, the state said we still don't have it. And then on May the 10th, the state responded to this request and said that because we provided additional information, Mr. Kohberger's alibi, they need more time to do work on this cast report and they'll get it to us later. Your Honor, I think you ought to order that we get the cast report. And I think you ought to order that we get everything that went into developing this and we get the analysis that they made from that.
No, at this point, these cases are political because we're definitely seeing how like elected officials aren't doing their job. I do have another channel for political stuff. I mean, y'all can talk about whatever y'all want to. I don't really care if y'all talk about other creators. If y'all get political, just don't argue and be assholes to each other. Because then I'm going to be a mom. But other than that, talk about what y'all want to.
This is particularly troubling. Their response, you told us something, so now we have to go reconfigure the CAS report. Let me tell you why that's troubling. Item 243 is our request. Give us a list of everything Nick Valance relied on when drafting his CAS report. And we were told Nick Valance relied on the call detail records from AT&T. Nick Valance relied upon tower records, and he relied upon the drive test data. Nowhere in there does it say, if you tell us anything about the case, we need that to rely on that too. These are records that exist. These are tower lists that exist. They go into a program. You do drive testing to understand how the device interacts with towers, and you create a report. So we're asking the court to order that we get the CAS draft report, we get the full list of everything he relied upon, and we get the analysis of what does this mean.
So another clarifying question, maybe. So I listened to the testimony today, and
Is that who won't be still? You know how many people I've seen comments about who is that guy moving around in the background that won't be still? It's been Twizzy the whole time. He's going to have to learn how to be still because he's getting people's attention. I've seen so many comments, not on my channel, like just all over the place. People are like, who's that guy in the back who won't be still? Twizzy. That's funny.
that it sounded like a CAS report was provided, but maybe it wasn't complete, is what Mr. Ray suggested. But I think that maybe I'm guessing you're assuming that the state provided what they had, but it maybe they're still working on it. I don't know. But didn't you get initially what they had as they characterized as the CAS report? So
did he not just hear that it was a draft? It doesn't matter that the draft was initially given to them. Where's the final? This judge is a dumbass.
What do you say? I mean, we have problems with language, I think, especially when we're in this area, technology. And so we might be just going back and forth like this without really understanding what we're asking for or what we're providing.
Let me see if I can clear that up. The testimony today, when we had Detective Payne on the stand, when we talked about what did you rely on to get the second AT&T warrant, he said that there was something that Nick Valance produced and that the prosecutor had it, and he thought it was a CAS draft. And then you heard from Mr. Ray, who said,
did he say that? Possibly. He's been to like the past few hearings where it's been public because he lives in the area. And he also has a drive of the Pullman to Wallaway Park on Dinky's channel. Maybe. I hadn't heard him say that. I hadn't talked to him. I don't see why Cy would say that to some rando. But maybe he did. I mean, it's not giving specifics, but very possible. I mean, he's there, he's watching, seeing how things are. I mean, he's also the one that mentioned, I believe that like Bryan is a bigger guy, which we kind of already knew that he was, you know, he's well over 6 feet, which kind of makes like Dylan's verbiage for him a bit odd considering how tall. There you are, buddy. Were your ears ringing? Everybody's, I've been seeing comments in so many different like videos. Who is that guy moving around in the background? That's so funny. Did he? Okay. He told you that? He told you that he knows exactly where Bryan is? Is that why you keep mentioning the L word? That must be why you keep mentioning the L word. It's so funny. Yes, you have. I have summoned Twiz. That's awesome. That's funny. That's so funny.
I've seen a cast draft report, and maybe it's something different that Detective Payne looked at. It wasn't this big long cast draft. The cast draft report, and I'm calling it draft because it's stamped draft. I knew it wasn't final when I received it. We got that because you ordered that the state give that to us last July. So I had this draft. I knew it wasn't final. Ms. Jennings knew it wasn't final. We've talked about it. We believed that we were going to get the final report by March 31st. We don't have that yet. It's the final report that we need. You also heard from Mr. Ray talking.
And see, if they've had a draft this entire time, right, and it's been that much longer since the draft, then how difficult could it be to get a final? Like, you've got all of the big points here. How hard is it to just get it all nice and put together at this point? I just don't get it.
Talking about the things that are mistakes in the cast draft report. These reports go through a peer review process, and they can look a little different when they come back out on the other side. Usually not vastly different, but they can. They go through their process. It's that final product that I need that. I need to know everything they relied on to do their work. I need to know what this draft report is going to look like. The court should know that when we get to trial, likely Agent Balance is going to come in and talk about his cast draft report. He's going to be an expert in the field and talk about what he found and why he found it.
Is that what it is? Okay, well, are they aware they can like Zoom, right? Like, if I can go back to my job 2 weeks after a C-section, she can Zoom into this court hearing. I'm just saying. To me, it's just excuses.
And what he relied on to do that. I'm going to come in with an expert that's going to explain what his work did. Now, if the work aligns and Nicholas Balance and our expert aligns, well, that's just going to be shorter. But right now, it's definitely not looking like that. It looks like they're going to have their side, and we're going to be talking about what the data shows. So what I want is the final report that we were told would be available by March 31st. I need time to work on it.
Sure.
What I want is a full list of what was used to create that report, what was relied on. I have to be able to see if I can recreate that. I have to see what was right with it and what was wrong with it. So I don't have those two things, right?
Is it possible that it's just not completed?
It is possible.
A final report?
It is possible, but I need you to order that come to me. And I don't think Ms. Jennings doesn't want to give it to me. But if you order that I get it, then I'm going to get it a lot sooner, I think. I'm not saying that Ms. Jennings is sitting holding it behind her back. I'm saying I don't now know what's going on. The FBI told her it was going to be in by March 31st. We hit our deadline to disclose our alibi. And all of a sudden now they need to redo something in the report, which shocks me because of the things they said that they relied on were things that already existed.
Yeah, what was it? Did she just say the 31st, right? Of May? Which is stupid because it should have been done a long time before that. This judge isn't giving anyone any deadlines. That's why he's allowed the prosecution to come to court 1,000 times at this point with literally no evidence for what they're doing. The one hearing where Xana stood up, this was before he took control of the cameras. This is back whenever I think it was Law and Order or Law and Order is a TV show. I don't know why I can't like differentiate the two. Law and Crime were still like the camera guys. So it was like back here cameras, right? I remember watching Xana's big old head say, "We've never seen the autopsies. We don't have the autopsy reports." And this was like 8 months after he was arrested. So this judge has literally just allowed this case to go this far, knowing that they have nothing to prove. They cannot really go up and hand him any evidence. Here, judge, this is what I'm talking about. This has every piece of proof for everything that I'm talking shit about. They can't do any of that. And even whenever they did get the autopsy report things, remember they ended up sending over like little thumbnails of the x-rays? Like I'm supposed to be able to tell if you've got a cracked rib like that. For this being like the end of Thompson's career, he really is acting like hella brand new. Like he doesn't know what he's doing, what's acceptable and what's not. So much. I feel like Ice-T would have done a better job. Yeah, for sure. They weren't. They lied. They lied. Because the fact that they were so freaking happy, ecstatic even, you can say, about having time to now do the Pharaoh scanning the right way. What was the wrong way that y'all did it the first time that y'all would have actually brought to trial if we would have done this in October? None, exactly. None. None. They had nada. You would think that they would be fighting the right fight, right? Instead of like the stupidity that they're doing. We've got one who only really cares about her book deal, the other one that just wants all the money they could possibly get from the university, and then the other two have like nobody speaking for them. It's all just wild. I believe he did. I could be wrong, but I believe that there was a second autopsy. Yeah, but I think that there was a second one before that happened. Honestly, I do. I mean, I could be very wrong, but from dates and stuff I've seen, I really do believe that he had a second one done by the family. I did too, because they are apparently Jewish. That's what we've been told this whole time, is that they were Jewish. And you know what? I didn't even really pay attention to this. But in that interview of Stacy's that I did a video on, she does mention the cremation thing, right? And she like does this kind of thing like with her necklace about how like we wear him and stuff like that. But that's not where he's at apparently, because she would have said, you know, this is my jewelry. Like he's with me right now. So you're sitting there doing a podcast about your deceased child, trying to push your book before the podcast is ready for you to talk about your book, to the point they have to redirect your ass into the right like position. And then you don't even wear the piece of jewelry that your son is actually in. Do you ever wear it? Does it exist? I would have been wearing it. I would have been like, he's right here. He's with me all the time. Instead, you just generic necklace. We wear him. People might not have been happy with my assumptions in that interview, but I stand by how I feel about her.
So now I really need to know what they're relying on to do this report, and I really need to see the analysis, and I really need to see the final report.
Sure.
I have to react to it.
Since we're talking about this, Ms. Jennings, do you want to just respond to that? Whether or not this is still a work in progress or what's going on?
Right, Your Honor. As I know right now, that report is not in its final form, and it has gone through a peer review process. My understanding is it's still in that. I have been told that yes, it's not a matter of redoing anything, but as they receive additional information, they just want to double check their work. They want to make sure that when they get the final report, it's accurate.
But they don't need to go there. Even if anything about WSU Kim is true, even she stated she removed her children from the area after this, if that's true. So even somebody like Kim, who's not even really involved, knew not to continue to allow her children to be there. And no, miss, we're a normal family. No, you have two homes, one under a company name. You did not have to send. And this is another point I will make. No, they're not trying to save money. They're not trying to save money. My son needed a tack, and then he saw my stash of Slim Jims. Get off my Slim Jims. Well, she had a son there too. Her son was there too. If anything she said was true, I'm just saying. Even somebody who's not like got a real dog in the fight knew not to keep her child there. And the whole cremation's cheaper thing, I don't care about any of that. They've got money. There was GoFundMes. They have 2 homes, one under a company name, and that's with Miss not really a mama bear being a stay-at-home mom per her own words. So this was basically just based off of her husband working only. Yeah, they have lots of money. So no. That cremation didn't have anything to do with saving money. And even if like the injuries and stuff would have been like to a certain point to where maybe, you know, whatever, closed casket. That's why I'm really, really confused, because just like Bryan said, they don't cremate. My son's trying to fix something on his wall, so y'all might hear like banging, but y'all didn't hear the mower, so maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, that's why I was confused. Oh, hey, thank you, Tallulah. Yeah, that's why I was really confused. I think so too. Yeah, like they're besties, and like she's got a prosecutor in town that gives her information, and I'm just like, okay, but is he telling you the truth? Because if he was telling you the truth, Miss Ma'am, you'd be paying attention and not just like whatever, which is why my whole thing is what are you going to do, Stacey, if you've just been so nonchalant this entire time and then Bryan's not the guy? Or do you know that Bryan's not the guy and that's why you're totally okay with this because your 2 kids are like set for life in the background? Like, I have questions. That's, again, my opinion, but something's wrong there. I mean, closed casket. It doesn't matter best option or not. You don't, if that's against your religion, you don't do it. You just don't do it. So I don't know. It's very confusing because I know that like people are saying, oh, well, apparently he has a burial plot. Okay, well, did they just like cremate parts of him and bury the rest of them? Like, that's not normal. See, they don't do open either. So it would have been closed regardless. See? Very confusing. Very confusing.
So we are still waiting for that final report to ensure that it's accurate. And as soon as we receive it,
I'm sorry. You have a time frame for that? I told you when they expect to be finished.
I don't have a final time frame. They originally told us it was projected to be completed by June next month. So I'm hoping to get it within the next month.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that. Sometimes it's easier just to sort of a particular issue at the same time.
So the hot ones, it might be your honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, I do think we have the regional tower list now, so I think we're good with that.
I will say something about the towers too, because I know that in Cyray's testimony, he mentioned having like 3 million cell phone tower points, right? Well, the architect guy that I talked to on Twitter about this a lot, he posted something about how he's been in the business for like a super long time, and there's not anywhere near 3 million like towers, which I believe that sounds like a little bit much. He says, I think his number that he gave was more like 150-ish thousand. So what he thinks it is just, it's like 3 million different data points. And some of those could be the same towers, just at different times, different dates, different times. That makes more sense.
On item number 220, 244 and 245, we have those documents now, so we're good there. Moving then to item 248. This is the drive test data, the mapping data. The court heard pretty extensively that we've received this in two places. We received some early on, and then we received a lot more recently, but it appears to still be missing some. Asking the court just to order.
Yeah. Very weird. Like, how do you present your own child with a scholarship based off of his brother being the one that passes away and people not look at it strange? Like, I understand maybe if the university just wanted to like do something nice for the siblings, but the university didn't have shit to do with what happened. Them coming in and taking over something where these kids paid rent, paid bills, paid for their own internet, had leases with somebody that had nothing to do with the university. I just will never understand. And thank you. But yeah, I don't get it. It's all very weird. Like, I'm not against like the tulip thing. I'll just put this out here. I'm not against the tulip thing. I bought the tulips when they first came out. I'm not against parents doing something to keep their child's memory going. Okay. The scholarships really aren't a problem either. It's the way that they set them up and the way that they're like did certain things. I don't trust what people do with money. I know how easy it is to launder, to fake things, all the things. Okay. I'm okay with like the Ethan Smile thing. It's something that we actually know Ethan Winton did all the time. He worked there. I think it's cute. I think the tulip thing is fine. I'm not even all that mad about the book that Stacy wrote. I'm mad that it seems to be the only thing that she seems to give a shit about. She doesn't care about going to court. She doesn't care about making sure that the person who actually did this gets his just desserts. She only cares about going on podcasts and talking shit about the true crime community while on said podcasts, while going to the biggest true crime event on the planet while talking shit about true crime. Yeah, I won't even say the name of the book. I mean, write a book and publish it. You're not special. Anybody that has an Amazon account can publish their own book, Stacy. I'm just saying. Like, it's nothing special. I mean, it sucks. I understand you lost your kid, but I'm not seeing you care about said loss. I see about you caring what comes from loss, not about the loss itself. And that's a problem for me as a mother. Huge problem.
That we received the entirety of all drive test data that was conducted by Agent Balance or anybody from the FBI.
That's not the point. That's not the point. I don't care if she attends it or not. She's not paying attention at all. She doesn't care. It's not her job. She doesn't care. And she says it's because she's supposed to be mom to her other kids. Her daughter doesn't even want to talk about it. She's going off and doing her own thing, not needing mama's help. Her son is handling it in his own way because they're grown. So that's your opinion. But as a mother who's also like a victim of, who's been a victim and also has a family member who has been murdered and never had their just desserts given to the person who did that, her behavior is not okay for me. You're not going to sit here and tell me it's not your job to give a shit, but then go to CrimeCon. Go sit all the way down. Legit.
249 is anything that exists after January 6th of 2023 for the drive test data. That's number 249. And so I would ask the court to order that to the extent that it exists. We would ask that it be ordered to be produced. Item 250 is the training and certification records for Nick Balance and Sean Kennedy relating specifically to the use of the Gladiator or the GAR. That's the item used to conduct these drive tests. Your Honor, I think that we gave the court a transcript of testimony of Nick Balance that occurred within the last year. And that transcript had highlighting on it, so the court didn't have to read the whole thing, but to look at how.
So you send your kids right back to the school where your son was just slaughtered in his sleep? Technically? You'd be at the memorial for your son's death praising the university that took over when it had nothing to do with them? That's what you would be doing? Sorry, but that's just not normal. And it's also the entire family. It's not just her. She's the spokesperson, just like Goncalves seems to have Steve. And she doesn't care. So I say again, how is that not caring going to do her if Bryan gets set free? When she's been totally okay with the house going away and totally okay with the way that the university has done things. None of it's cute. None of it. And in the end, it's like I said, I don't really care about Steve nor Stacy. In the end, it's only about the people whose lives were actually lost and the truth and the true justice coming out, regardless of how Stacy, Steve, or anybody else feels. It's only the truth that matters. That's it.
How many times the training and experience was relied upon by this expert, and that expert's Nick Balance. And if he's going to be a testifying expert, the discovery rules allow for us to have their training. We asked for it specific to this Gladiator because we know that's going to be a big part of his testimony. So we're asking the court to order that we receive his training and certification records relating to the GAR product. Similarly, now we'll talk about the GAR unit itself and its calibration records or its certificates. That
as a mother, it's not her job to give a shit. I understand she's not a lawyer, prosecutor, blah, 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 blah. I don't care. I don't care. You go over there right now and you look at the Oregon 6 situation, which is another thing that I need to do an update on here. One of the moms of one of the girls who might have possibly been one of Jesse Calhoun's victims is at every court hearing, every court date, everything, looking him straight in his face, simply because she's a mother of someone who lost their lives and she wants to be there as support for the other victims' families too. So if she really cared for Xana, which we all know she didn't, she's not even trying to be a little bit of support to even Xana's family. And yeah, say what you want about Kara, whatever. What about Jeff? What about Jasmine? That doesn't matter, Harlot. It's the fact that she did it instantly. It's the fact that she didn't even care to even start to care in the beginning. She literally went off with, we're just going to go have our coffee and move on because we were about to be, empty nesters. I think it's really all she cares about is the fact that now she has to actually do something whenever she thought she wasn't going to have to because her kids were off in college. Yeah, having morals is extremely important, mom or not. Yeah, go Vandals. Go Vandals, the ones who's trying to cover up everything that happened to my kid. Go Vandals. Exactly, especially in this situation. Especially in this situation. See, I just feel like if y'all are parents, then I don't know what to think about how y'all are like acting about things. Because that's just absolutely asinine to me for a mother to sit there and say, it's not my job. Well, then maybe you don't need to be a mom. Just saying. Hey, buddy. You too. Yeah, I don't care. She just... Yes. How are you going to sit there and say it's not your job, but you're going to go to CrimeCon 2 years in a row to push your book? If that doesn't make the two in here taken up for her sick to their stomachs, I question your thinking process. That's all I'm going to say.
In compliance. The court just heard the testimony from Mr. Ray about how important that is, that often they get tired, things go wrong with them, and they get restored to service. We do have 2 certificates, but what we need is what Mr. Ray called the bookends, so we need the other side. We know that it came in non-compliant and that it was restored and went back out. We don't know what happened after it was used, and we don't know the next bit of calibration that it went through. We don't know how it checked out. So we need the full copy, the bookend copy of the calibration reports.
This is still in 250.
That one is 250, yes. Sorry, Judge, I think that might have been 251. That wasn't 251. 250 is the training records for the agents, and 251 is for the calibration records for the instrument. I apologize for that. 258 is a request for all information, all data, including all expert reports that the state has relied upon in developing the affidavits in support of all warrants.
But that's like a big one.
It's a big one. And
this is the part that y'all are not comprehending here. It's not one person. The entire family collectively decided to not give a shit. The two went back to the same school where they could overlook where this happened and be reminded of it constantly, with or without the house there. It's not just Stacy. It's the entire family collectively. While she's also sitting here stating that her 2 kids have different opinions on things. Context matters. Y'all can feel however y'all feel, but I am going to argue with y'all to the very end about that. We'll always argue with you to the very end about that.
And the state responded with an answer saying, these are the things that have been relied on. I'll tell you what my concern is, that there are things maybe in computer files.
She's happy Ethan was with her, but didn't wear the piece of jewelry that holds her son's ashes while she went to a podcast talking about the book she wrote about her son that died. Okay. I don't believe that at all.
Things on somebody's desk that haven't been turned over yet. So I think the court ought to order that the state make sure they've given us everything that was relied on for every single one of the warrants. Miss Massa indicated.
She went to CrimeCon to sell her book. She's not telling Ethan's story because she doesn't know Ethan's story because she refuses to pay attention to court to know Ethan's story. She has separated herself completely. The entire family separated themselves completely from the situation. And she's the only one kissing the university's ass while being completely just okay with how things go. If people don't see something wrong with that, then I don't know what to tell you.
Indicated to the court, and I know that other members, I think Mr. Logston has indicated that we're going to have motions to suppress. And so we want to make sure that we have all of the information. Possibly it would answer questions so we don't have to have quite as many. But
So we don't have to what?
have quite as many motions to suppress.
Okay, thank you.
That's not a problem.
I understand.
All right, Judge, let's talk about the fifth motion to compel. That completed the fourth. The fifth motion to compel, we are not going to talk about the 15th request for discovery until this afternoon. So my comments will relate to the supplemental request for discovery, number 12.
I feel like I sped this up a little bit. Let me slow this down a second. See that?
Number 13 and number 14.
12, 13, 14.
Yes.
Is that better? I feel like it was
In request number 259, number 260, 261, 262, and 265. The state has let us know that these are coming. They responded on May 10th and said these are coming. They don't have a problem. So we're asking the court to order them to be disclosed to us. I think these are some that aren't going to be available for a while, but I think the court ought to order it. The state doesn't seem to have an objection to us having them. The order will mean we don't have to come back if something doesn't get through to us.
Okay, can you give me those numbers again, please?
Yes, I can. It's number 259, number 260, number 261, 262, and 265.
Thank you.
Your Honor, 289 related to communications between Detective Kane and the WSU officer talking about Wida launchers. I believe that that's been covered. Kane testified today that we have the instant messages and there was only a phone call and that was it. So to the extent that that's the very end of it, then we're fine.
What is a home warranty? It's a 1-year service plan that helps cover costs.
And so I think we are on that one. Item number 299 is called a tips lead sheet. And that's something that's referenced during the course of in the discovery.
She call it
262 and 265.
Thank you.
Your Honor, 289 related to communications between Detective Kane and the WSU officer talking about Wida launchers. I believe that that's been covered. Kane testified today that we have the instant messages and there was only a phone call and that was it. So to the extent that that's the very end of it, then we're fine. And so I think we are on that one. Item number 299 is called a tips lead sheet. And that's something that's referenced during the course of in the discovery.
I missed the words.
Item number 299 is called a tips lead sheet.
Okay.
And that's something that's referenced during the.
For some reason, I thought she said something like PIP something, but it's the tip lead sheet. Okay. Tips lead sheet.
The course of in the discovery. We were asked for an example that was sent to the state. I'm just going to ask the court to order that be disclosed to us.
So she just said that there's still tips on this case that they don't have again. Didn't we just go over this like some months ago? They were supposed to hand all this over. They were supposed to hand all of this over a long time ago. A super, super long time ago. I thought she said pip too. And I'm looking right now at
number 300 relates to emails, notes, and other communications. The state's responded with 3 separate AV files, and I'm going to ask the court just to order that they all be given.
So no, there's no responses to anything yet. There's no new documents. Thank you for joining, Cindy.
To us, we may have them all, but I'm going to ask that the court just order that just to be sure that we have them. Well, Your Honor, I take that back. I spoke with Ms. Jennings, and I know there's one area. I'm not going to talk about the area, but I know there's still one area that we don't have. So I'm going to ask the court to order that all emails, notes, and communications be produced to us.
Didn't we ask all these questions like over a year ago? I feel like in my brain, I can see from whenever the cameras were back here and Taylor standing up and saying, we need this correspondence, we need these training records, blah, 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 blah. Is she asking for the exact same person's information too still? I have said the same thing, Susan. Normally we get docs. Brian, answer question, please. Clarify this. Por favore. Brian is our Jewish expert because I don't know. I grew up in a really like screwed up cult-like religion, and now I just don't claim anything, so I don't know. Very confused. Right, which is insane because right before Mowry got on the stand, all of a sudden they got new information like the day before. I'm like, how is he not being held liable, accountable, all the things? Brian, okay, so this person, when it comes to cremating, this person said Reformed Jews can cremate their loved ones. I don't know what Reformed Jews means. Does that mean like you were a Jew and you're no longer a Jew and then you went back to being a Jew? I don't know. I need some information on that. I don't know. Oh, well, thank you. And congratulations to all the guys that get the memberships. I don't know if I can see the people who get those on this. I'm looking at it through StreamYard only. But thank you, and thank you, Richard, for all of the memberships. That's awesome. Yeah, I don't know about the whole thingy, about the cremation thing and the reform thing. I don't know about any of that stuff. I know, I just don't know any. I don't. People know I don't claim anything anymore. It's like a degree of how Jewish you are. Oh. Oh, you were. Such thing as a laid back Jew. That's funny. See, I don't know about this stuff. I know what I was taught as a kid, and I don't agree with anything I was taught as a child, so I've tried to like figure out my own shit. So they're less strict, which would make more sense if they could actually like cremate. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I guess that would make sense, right? That would make sense.
Remember, the next item is the CAS certification and training for Nick Valance. And for many of the same reasons that we asked for that for the Gladiator, we need to have his training records. He's going to come in as an expert. The discovery rules cover this. You can see an example of him testifying as an expert in the transcripts that I provided.
I know.
That's not covered by 250.
250 is the training related to the Gladiator specifically. This one is relating very specifically to his trainings for his CAS work and certification for his CAS work.
And that's hella important because that cast information has got to be one of the biggest problems that they've had so far because it's nothing but a draft and it's supposed to be very specific information. And pretty much everything that Sai has said is basically making everything that they have completely irrelevant. No, she don't. She doesn't. So yeah, I don't know.
I'm sorry, but then what was the number for that training?
I do not think
That's 300.
That one's not 300. Let me find that one. I didn't write that number down. Give me 263. Count to save the day.
263.
And 264, I believe, relates to Sean Kennedy. He's another FBI person. And I am now at Your Honor, items 274, 275, and 278 have been provided.
So now they're starting to hand over stuff. Because that's like the second or third time that she said that we don't have to
Item
worry about it anymore. We got it.
287 relates to a new expert, a blood spatter expert that the state is working with. We're told that that's going to be available in June. It doesn't seem that there's an objection. We'd ask the court to order that be provided to us once received.
A new one. A new one. They just hired a new blood splatter. Is it splatter or spatter? I always like get that screwed up because I've heard it missaid and you think that I would know this, right? Let me just figure this out now because I've said it so many different ways. And I know one of them's right and one of them's wrong. It is spatter. That's what I thought. But you know what's crazy? I've heard people that are like on TV talking about this say it incorrectly with the L, which is why I get confused. Like the guy from Body Bags, he says it with an L, which is why I always have to check and make sure because I'm like, you should know that. I can be confused, but you shouldn't be confused. So they just hired a new guy. Yeah, apparently so. They just hired a new guy just now to look at what? Photos? Photos. Not somebody who can walk the house and actually see the way things are, but photos. You are not going to be able to get a precise anything from what we're hearing the actual bedrooms look like. Possibly video. But here's my question. Because I know that the Pharaoh scanner takes like a 3D scan of like the house, right? And that's how they kind of want to like use it for the jury. But it doesn't take readings off of like blood being on the walls, does it? Like, is it going to show all of that? I doubt it because they had that cleaning crew come in and all of that stuff would have been gone and over with by the time the second scanning was done. So they would literally only have body cam and anything that ISP went in there with. Yeah, like all over everything. So how are you supposed to figure that out by just looking at video and photo and get something precise here? I feel like there'd be more things that need to be, that's the part I don't get either. Especially since they obviously had no intention to allow anybody ever back in that house ever. They apparently took pieces of the house out. And so that's a good question. Like, I'm wondering if there's any blood preserved at all from anything. And if it is it labeled? Because we know they don't like labeling shit. Because there would have to be like a lot of blood kept as things that can be tested later. I mean, because look, we've got cases from 40, 50 years ago where they've been able to preserve DNA to then come back in and test now that we've got the tech. Yeah, they cut pieces of walls and flooring and all kind of stuff. Right? Like, are they going to have to wait like another year to even get this report from this expert? Yeah, like that. But I just don't see how they're going to be able to have somebody come in right now. Like, it's one thing for like Syray to come in and look at like AT&T's search warrant information, right? For him to go into the area with a machine and record the area itself. But blood? No, I don't know. I'd love to know that too. Did they swab it and see if it was organic or not? I would love to know. I personally think it was blood, but just because of how crappy it looked like that house was put together and how long we heard that the bodies were apparently like where they were, and it seems to be in the same position where Xana's body would have been. But I don't know. I don't know. I just don't see how they're going to be able to get an expert to know anything about the way the blood did anything by just like photos and videos, honestly. Because you can't really get depth perception from that, because you also need to be able to see like which spatters are on top of other ones, which ones were there first. And if there was a manual weapon going crazy in somebody's hand, then every movement that that person made stuff go somewhere. So it also goes with levels of which blood was on the bottom level, which blood is on the top level, and how many levels were thrown in between. What a shittily handled case. Jesus.
Received by the state. Request 289 we have. We're now at the 13th supplemental request for discovery. And that one is 302, item 3.
That's why I think it wasn't one person. Because that's what we heard. We heard that whenever the first responders got there, they didn't even know that they needed to go upstairs to check on Maddie and Kaylee because there was nothing to show they needed to. And I'm sorry, but if the roommate story that we're hearing from Daniel, who talked to Kaylee's mom, this is a story that they got from Hunter, not Hunter Chapin, the other Hunter Johnson, I think is the last name. He told them he was called over there because Xana's door could not get opened. And Ethan's body was behind the door. So there wasn't any blood under the door to let you know, call 911 instead of some friend. So whenever you looked under the door, you didn't see blood. You just saw a body laying there with no blood. But that's what we're hearing. That's what we've heard. They didn't know to go upstairs until they asked the roommates, does anyone else live here? That tells me there was no blood outside of Xana's room in order for them to get an inkling about what was happening inside, which is why, according to the story, the second that Hunter got the door open and peeked in, he freaked the hell out. And there was no trail going upstairs. How does that happen? How does that happen? It just doesn't make sense. I've heard people say that about the kitchen. But I can't really tell anything from mainstream media photos, especially we don't know what they did to him before they posted them either. You can't trust anything. It's just crazy.
302. That's similar to several others. So I'm going to hold the argument on that for a minute. I'm going to let the court know that items 303, 304,
In the kitchen? I've heard that. I remember seeing some stuff. So yeah, I mean, we don't know anything. Everything they've told us about this, I think the only thing that the cops told us that was true was that the crime scene was contaminated. That's the only thing that I think that they've told us that was fact. Honestly.
305 have been provided to us, except there's going to be some raw data provided to us. And to that extent, would ask the court order that we receive the raw data.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. But the point is that the way that the PCA reads is Xana's body was on the floor, which meant that she would have been draining out onto the floor or leaking in through the floor. I think it doesn't sound as if Ethan was on a mattress, and it doesn't sound as if Xana was on a mattress from the stories. Kaylee and Maddie were. And just because Kaylee and Maddie were doesn't mean that the other two were. It doesn't sound like that at all. It sounds like Ethan was behind the door and Xana was across her room up against the wall on the floor. That's what it sounds like to me.
Those have otherwise been complied with.
Mm-mm.
Items 306, 309, and 308.
I've said that.
The response from the state has been that we've now worked through the 2-week process. That letter's been given to the FBI. And so we may get those by early June. So we've asked the court to order that those be produced. I don't think the state's objecting to those. They just don't quite have them yet.
That's possible too, but I don't think that that's true. I think it was the only one that they found because they didn't even find it until the second go around. And honestly, how does one footprint back up her story? It doesn't. Whenever you walk through biologics, through water, whatever, take time out today, guys. Do your own experiments for anyone who wants to question this. And I'm not trying to be a smartass. I'm being for freaking serious. Go outside today. It's nice and hot. Okay. Go outside with a bottle of water onto some concrete. Okay. Pour that bottle of water out. Step in it with your feet and start walking. You're going to see that the water is very, very prominent and goes away as you start to walk. There would not be one there would not be one shoe print. You have 2 feet. And even if you were one hoppy mofo, okay, on 1 foot, there'd be multiple. There wouldn't just be uno. That's not how it works. Well, according to Ethan, who told Christy, he was behind the door on the floor. Ethan was. And the way that it's told in the PCA, it seems as if Ethan's body is more visible because not as visible because it's hidden behind the door, but with the door slightly open, Xana's body is noticeable through the doorway being open, is how it sounds. But yeah, I really like the whole one shoe print thing. It doesn't really it doesn't confirm anything because you don't walk with 1 foot. And if you've walked through biologics, you're going to have a trail of those biologics. You're not just going to have what did somebody do? Go and take their shoe print, run into one of the crime scenes, slap it down in the middle of a bunch of blood, and then go pop it down one time into the hall? Because that's kind of what it sounds like. You would have multiples. You wouldn't have just one. That doesn't make any freaking sense. But do the experiment. Take a bottle of water, go outside, pour it onto some concrete, and walk through it. And you're going to see the way that the trail works. Walk through it with even just 1 shoe. Just put your 1 foot in it and walk. And you're going to see it's not one. It's multiple. It would go and it would fade as it continued. You don't just get one. It's literally no, impossible. Yeah, sorry, I don't believe anything he says. The only reason why I haven't questioned what he said about that story is because Christy came out and was like, yes, I talked to him. Yes, this is what I said and blah, 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 blah. Other than that, yeah. That's why there's a couple other things that he's told me in the background about what the parents have been told from other people, which is a lot of reasons why I can't let go of some of the things that have come out. He wouldn't. Drunk turkey show. But he would not. And if anybody gave him crime scene photos, then they need to be totally thrown in jail for breaking a gag order. Just saying.
307 has been provided. Your Honor, 313. Those are the Department of Transportation cameras. We heard testimony about that last week, that there was a letter preserving still shots, but not any video was available.
No, it doesn't. Unless the person jumped off from the ceiling and magically landed with 1 shoe. It does not. It doesn't. A trail of footprints, a trail of multiples that faded walking across her door, multiple. Yeah, sure. I'll agree with you on that. Okay, but but you're literally not understanding your own point, it seems. That's my point. Where's the rest of the footprints? Where's the rest of the heavier, more saturated footprints, shoe prints? That's my whole point, Viviana. Where's the rest of them? There should be multiple right there in front. You only step like this far. Your foot, you're only like taking this big of steps, maybe this big of steps, depending on how long your freaking legs are. So there would have to be more than one. Or they took their shoe off. But why would you take off one and then leave on the other? That doesn't make sense. No, there would need to be more than one. For it to validate what you think it validates, there would need to be more than one shoe print. Exactly. It was all cleaned up and the stupid idiots didn't clean everything all the way. That's why that latent shoe print wasn't even seen until the second time around, because they thought they did a really good job and they thought they got away with it, but then round 2 showed up and then, oh, well, we missed this. I've wondered if they've checked drains and stuff to see like what was cleaned. And where's the other shoe print? Exactly. Why would they mention the one that was almost non-existent? Just like, why would they put all of this boo-boo in there and not tell us the actual car and just give us a whole bunch of stock photos that wasn't truth, but they've got 51 terabytes of his car driving around and never showed us a still shot? Well, then maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're trying to say, because to me, you're telling me that the one latent shoe print proves Dylan's story. To me, it doesn't prove Dylan's story. So maybe I'm just misunderstanding. Ain't nobody playing hopscotch through a crime scene, Twizzy. Quit your shit. Yeah. I just don't understand the whole thing. Right. Actually, it didn't say that. It was only like biologic, and they could only find out that it was biologic because they did amido black testing. I mean, if you didn't want to get blood and nasty on your feet when you wear shoes. Okay, so are you saying it does back up Dylan's story or it doesn't? I need specifics because now I'm just more confuzzled. I don't think it does. I think it was cleaned up and it doesn't make sense. Which is another reason why the cops didn't know to go look upstairs. That's another thing. How do we know that that shoe print has anything to do with anything whenever the cops told us? We don't know that. Don't sit there and say that because you don't know that. That's an assumption. Do not sit there and say that. Because everything proves otherwise, honestly. There's no blood trail outside the house. You forget that too, I guess. The canines were out there and could not find any trail outside of that house that was foreign, which is the main reason why my daughter doesn't let go of her theory. There's no trail of the person leaving. Well, that's another thing too. We don't know Dylan's actual story. I know what I was told. I know what I was told by Drunk Turkey when it comes to what Christy was told that overheard Dylan telling this story to somebody else. That's about as far as I'll go. But we don't really know Dylan's story because they've never allowed her to come out and say anything, which is another really weird thing, honestly. Yeah, it's all stupid. I don't think there was. Because it would be really ignorant for them to not say, coming from Xana's room, going, you know what I mean? Like more specifics. Instead, there's just one latent shoe print that was found on the second round that should have stronger evidence than then they should have seen it the first time around. That's my whole point. They didn't even see it until the second go around. If it would have been strong and not faded for any reason whatsoever, it would have been seen whenever the cops showed up. It doesn't back up her story, in my opinion. One shoe print when there should be two, and there should be a trail going towards it, not just one. It doesn't back up anything to me. I mean, whatever. You can, there probably people agree with you. There's probably people that agree with me. That's fine. It's all opinion, but I don't think it backs up a damn thing Dylan says. Well, that's also an assumption. You're assuming that they actually have that. They might not. The one they forgot to clean. The one they skipped in the cleaning process. Because if it had been an unadulterated shoe print, they wouldn't have had to do amido black testing. They would have known. It would have swapped correctly the first time. I don't even know if that matters at this point, because people that are claiming that we know the size of the shoe print are full of it. They've never released that. We know Bryan's foot, like shoe size, but they've never once told us the assumed shoe size of this print. Literally at all. So that's another thing.
So I think that that's been complied with to the extent that it can be complied with. 314 was the email communication, and we received that, so that's been complied with. 316 and 315, I believe, are also subject to the 2E letter, so would ask the court order those be provided as soon as they're received.
Then leave, because that's what we do here. We're going to have the discussion. You don't want to be part of the discussion. You can go to another channel who just lets people do this without saying anything. Okay? Okay.
And now moving on to request 317, 322, 319, 320, 321, 323, 320, and 324. And then picking back up with 302. Those are all surveillance camera items that we've requested. We're asking the court to order Moscow Police Department, as the custodian of these things in this case, to do an inventory of what's there. You heard last week that Detective Nowry said, I don't have the videos, those aren't my responsibility. You heard today Detective Payne said it's Nowry and FBI agents. So we take Nowry out of the equation. He says, I didn't do it. I can't tell you where these videos are. I don't know who the FBI agents are. So first, I think the court ought to order that be disclosed to me. The second offer was that I can go to the Moscow Police Department evidence room and go through hundreds of hours, thousands of hours of videotapes, and that's just not reasonable. These are videotapes that have been collected in the course of this investigation. You heard Detective Payne say that when he looked at cameras on South 95 and the other road south of Moscow on the date in question, and in conformance with what he alleged in his affidavit of probable cause to arrest Bryan, he looked at those videos and he didn't find a car. That screams stuff that's exculpatory to me. I need to know where these videos are. They were collected. The court can see that from the reports that we put in the packet of evidence. The court knows they've been collected, but nobody can tell me where they are. And I need to have I don't physically have time to go watch thousands of hours in Moscow Police Department and be efficient with the case. But if that's what I have to do, I guess I need the court to tell me that's what I have to do. I think you have the ability to order that there be an accounting of all of these videos. Keep in mind what we heard today was exculpatory. So there has to be a duty to categorize all of these videos and give that information to me. Go find these videos that other police officers turned over to Moscow Police Department that are in relevant areas. That's just critical, and that needs to happen.
So I did look at a long list of videos that were provided to the defense that said there was nothing there, or the camera was broken, or so there was some kind of inventory there. And you saw that, right?
See what he just said? Now, do you guys remember ever hearing anything about how 1112 didn't have a camera that night? No, I just say it. I wasn't raised to like hold things. I mean, I try not to be a complete bee, but I'm also like tired of people just like being stupid. You did hear that. That's why I'm really confused about the Linda Lane stuff. Not Linda Lane stuff, but the screenshot that came out of 1112. I really wonder about that because I've heard that. I've heard that it wasn't actually working, that it was kind of just like sitting there, but it wasn't really working, and that they didn't actually have that bulb cam outside of 1112 until after. So maybe that's what he's talking about here. But then again, I've wondered about the camera. I know for a fact, guys, like at least in my brain, I know for a fact, there was a camera across from that parking lot. Like there's like a little building right across from the parking lot. And that was like the first spot that they like blurred out on Google. Like, I feel like they did. But I heard that they didn't get a camera until afterwards. Maybe it wasn't 1112, but one of those in the neighborhood that was talked to. And I know that there's like a photo of it taken by Mainstream because it was being circulated as the conversation was going. I'm going to have to go back and find it. But I wonder who had a broken camera here that he's talking about, because it would be like an important location if it's listed. Yeah, I think it was the one that the cops took. That's why I was like questioning it at first. I'm like, what do you mean they didn't have one working? The cops came and took it. But then maybe, I don't know. No, I think that one was, I feel like the road by that one was at definitely like more of a slant when I was looking at the body cam. I think anyway. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I was like, that's a bit strange. That's what I'm saying. So it's got to be another location that they're talking about that they needed camera from because of where it is, but it was broken. I wonder whose that is.
Yes.
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 Okay. So what you want now is just a complete inventory of all of the videos that they obtained.
That would be appropriate to have that, but there are specifically named videos in this fifth motion to compel that we specifically want the videos. We know they're there. We've read the police report.
Okay, if these 317 through, I don't know, 324, you're saying that
the one that's literally in their parking lot, Danny. Like whenever you're looking at the pictures of King Road, the house like right next to it, there was a camera at the very, very back corner of that house. That's the one in the PCA that they're saying is 50 feet from Xana's window that heard whimpers, cries, and the dog barking at 4:17. That's the one. It's not the alleged one. Like it is the one. It's right there. It's in the PCA. That's where a lot of it's going to come from because it's literally the one right there at the house.
those are specific
There's a
videos that you want, that you think are in this inventory.
Well, I think it's behind it. That's what I mean. Like the 112, there's a camera in the front that had like the patio or the porch that had like the little pumpkins on it of that screenshot that apparently Steve Goncalves sent over to Brat Norton to let her know that the audio that they were hearing in Linda Lane doesn't match. And that was his proof, because he's claiming that that screenshot came from them seeing footage that was real and like actual evidence. Right. So I believe that this back cam, the one that they're talking about in the PCA, it is 1112, but it's in the back of the house. I have multiple cameras. So if you were to pull cameras from my house, you would have to pull multiple cameras from one location. And so I think it's the same thing. It's the exact, like one of them was in the front, but the one in the PCA is that back corner camera.
Well, I don't know if they're in that inventory. I don't have them. I know they were collected and given to Moscow Police Department. I want to know where they are. And we listed out in 317, in 322, 319, 320, 321, 323.
Olivia said they saw ring camera footage. So I'm going to assume it would have been 1112. Because they would have, I mean, unless they went out the sliding back doors, I don't know if there was any structures back there that would have had cameras that might have had the sliding back doors on camera. But for sure, that one camera where they have it in the one in the PCA. No, this is crazy. I don't know why people are saying all of that. That's wild to me. I've never heard that before ever in my life. Because if that's the case, then why wouldn't Dylan and Bethany be held more accountable? Because if 8 hours later, a fifth victim was brought to the hospital that apparently survived, then how would these assholes not be being held accountable for 8 hours of not calling the cops if somebody could have been saved? That's a crime. That doesn't make sense to me. And I think that we probably would have heard that early on at the same time that we heard that the door was open at 9 o'clock in the morning, and we didn't hear none of that stuff. Literally at all. No ambulances took any bodies away because there was no bodies to take to the hospital. Yeah, it was reported, and then she had to backtrack it. I watched it. Yeah, I know. Whoever is telling y'all that it was like reported and validated doesn't know. I watched the video where this person was trying to tell people that it was confirmed and validated, and it was very, very apparent to me they didn't know how to comprehend what they were reading. So I'm just going to go that. I'm just going to say that. That's why you've got to be careful where you get your information from. You have to be careful. You cannot just take it because somebody is behind a camera talking into a microphone and think that it's legit. You've got to do your own stuff, because no, that was everything that he was showing as his own proof. As I was reading it myself with my own brain, told me that it was incorrect. Incorrect. And it was just, yeah, it was just the one. No, none of it makes sense. Literally none of it.
And 324, different locations that say we collected these. We gave them to Moscow Police Department. That's what I need to know. Where are they?
You didn't get any of these videos of this list that you just gave.
If there was a fifth victim, then that person's like testimony and the fact that they would be alive would be the only reason. Yeah. Like that wouldn't be something that could be held secret. That would be something that they would be well known. And if he knew for a fact, if he was the guy and he knew for a fact, that a fifth victim was alive that could put his voice, his scent, his persona and everything there, he wouldn't be fighting all this. And they wouldn't be able to withhold that information either. So yeah, that's just wild.
No, of that list I gave you, I did not. There was also one that I asked to be included. I'm coming back to that number. It's 302. We did get a time frame on the day before the incident. And so I need to know where the time frame after the incident is.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
99.9% sure it would probably be false. The only thing that we heard knife related, which I don't understand why they are trying to tell us that this was not involved. And I want you guys to tell me if you remember. There was reports the exact same night of a man in black around, like walking around a park with a knife threatening people. Do you guys remember that? And how like all of a sudden, like nobody talked about it anymore. I remember that situation. I remember cops and then like some sort of report not really being put together, but a report being put together regardless of a guy in black threatening people with a knife. And then we were told, see, not important, not the same thing. Previous day. So they had some slasher man dressed in all black running around threatening people, and they were told, your community is safe, don't worry about it. Isn't that wild? Isn't that absolutely wild? It's only a HIPAA violation if you work in the medical field. People probably need to like think about that too, because that's a big thing going around in the Gypsy Blanchard situation right now, because she allowed somebody access to her medical records that are out there basically telling people, you have something called microdeletion, you do have a medical condition, stop acting like you don't have a medical condition. And that person cannot get in trouble because they're not in the medical field. HIPAA, it only matters if you are in a medical profession. Like, I'm not gonna lie, there's a true crime case here that's very, 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 very popular that I've actually worked the person's medical file and I can't say a word about it. Like, I can't even give like clues because I am under HIPAA. I work for the medical field. So no, it's not a HIPAA violation if you're not like a doctor or a nurse or work in some sort of medical at all. It's just talk unless you're in the medical field.
Thank you, Judge, for that. And I'm close to being done. Number 325, the answer was that if there was communications, it would have been a call. So that one's fine. We're good with that one. Number 326 is
as far as the last thing I checked, and I feel like I saw something like about a week ago, it's not a HIPAA violation for his parents to talk either. That's completely false. If that's true, then I would be under HIPAA violation for discussing my daughter. So no, that's false. Sebastian's doctors can't talk. But no, as of this, I think they're still trying to do that. I think they're still trying to figure that out. They're still trying to make it happen. Don't quote me, but I saw something on Twitter. Like, it's still in process.
Uber logs between Detective Mallory and Uber company. They've been provided to us, but I can't get into them. They're password protected. Miss Jennings and I have been trying to work that out. I think she'll continue to try to help me, but to the extent that it doesn't work, I'll need a copy that does work in some form. 336. 336 has to do with records, and I believe that Miss Jennings has provided or is providing a police report that will indicate these records don't exist based on an interview that was done. So we don't need to do anything with that one today. And I think the rest of them, 335, 336, 337, 338, and 339, the state has indicated that we've been given everything there is and nothing else exists. This all has to do with vehicle identification, and we're talking about identifying a car in question from a video as being a 2011 to 13 long truck. They say we have it all. So if we have it all, that's great. I just don't want any surprises. Again, Your Honor, and we think the court should.
That's because 99.9% of people in special education are only in special education because of a medical condition. That's why, but yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, anybody medical.
Order the things as we outline. They're material to the preparation of our defense. I would remind the court that relevance is the standard of whether it gets in front of the jury, but it's a different standard when we're talking about materiality. So I was talking about the Pendleton case, and I know the court's familiar with the Pendleton case. The court wrote about that in a previous order.
Yeah.
So I'll leave it at that and just request.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of people mention this. I found it was kind of strange. Yeah, the timing of it being there. I mean, then again, I also believe that there's a huge possibility that person came in to check the vents just to see if maybe the weapon was in it. Maybe because they have to have like a professional. They can't just send some rookie cop in through the vents. He might die. So they they had to get somebody out there. So that could be all that was them having somebody professional go in and help them like validate that there was nothing hidden anywhere. Yeah, no. None of the laws are written for the victims. None.
That's the report for these things. So
I'm at that list at the end about the identification of vehicle. You're saying that they have provided that to you, but they're telling you that's all they have.
There was a server reset on campus that doesn't have anything to do with off-campus situations. That's just one of those things that goes into the whole thing about why the university shouldn't have taken over anything because it had nothing to do with being on campus. Anything that happened University of Idaho related doesn't have anything to do with anything out there. The internet was most likely a bill that got like either paid in the rent, like an all bills included situation. I don't know, but they paid their own bills there. It wasn't like whatever happened with the university's internet doesn't have anything to do with their internet at all. Because if that was the case, they wouldn't have Ring camera footage or anything like that from anywhere. So it can't be both.
yes, there are specific items that they say, we gave you everything that's there. The rest of these items don't exist. It has to do with cameras and camera angles and different things like that. It's spelled out in the fifth motion to compel.
Okay.
I just don't want to be surprised.
You just want to make sure that if they find something else, they provide some supplemental response.
Well, I'd be concerned if they find something else after
Right.
they've said nothing
Well,
else exists.
they're shaking their heads right now, but
Yeah, I mean, I'd be a little bit concerned if all of a sudden some brand new evidence has popped up myself, but isn't that what's been happening over the past couple of weeks? Ever since she wanted the people that actually worked the case to take the stand and back up their bullshit, all of a sudden all these new pieces of information came out. I bet you anything some new shit's gonna pop up. 95% sure some new shit's gonna pop up.
you never know. So, okay.
Know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Jennings,
Thank you, Judge.
it's a lot of stuff there.
Yes, and I'll try to make this quick. I'll kind of go through each of these items that are still out there for discussion. But just to give you
If the suspect drove through that area. I'll have to look at the map again, but there's like multiple ways in and out, right? I know there's like that one main road. Maybe. I'll have to go back and look at the map, but that's if they had to. But it would see for Bryan, to me, for it to be Bryan and the university cameras going out, it wouldn't make a lot of sense to me. But if it's something that they're covering up, yeah, you have to. You have to check your own brain quite often. Yeah.
a little bit of perspective of what all has been provided to date. The state has
Well, I rest assured, both sides, that I have gone through page after
Really
page
weird.
after page after page. So, yeah, I understand. I have some perspective about what's been going on and how hard both sides have been working. So,
and just to give a little context why this isn't just so simple. To date, we've given 15,691 bait stamped pages of discovery.
What was that number? What was that number?
yeah, I understand. I have some perspective about what's been going on and how hard both sides have been working. So,
Oh, do you?
And just to give a little context why this isn't just so simple. To date, we've given 15,691 bait stamped pages of discovery. So for a little context, this is
a lot.
too much binder. It would be about 39 of these. We've given 13
of all apparently irrelevant information because the location and time specific to the crime itself data is all missing. So you killed a bunch of trees for nothing, Miss Ma'am.
1,758 bait stamped photographs. That's about 34 of those binders of photographs. We've given 911 AV dumps. Those are digital files. In addition to a massive hard drive, about 50 terabytes full of discovery. And that includes audio video from about 285 interviews, 15,000 video clips from approximately 79 businesses.
How many interviews?
Video from about 285 interviews.
Who are they interviewing? $285 interviews about what? If you only have to talk about what the hell happened at the crime itself, who are you interviewing to? Why are you interviewing 285 people? 285 people, and you still had to have the feds tell you who your dude was? So 285 people with nothing but useless information? Or just information that you're choosing to ignore? Exactly. Because the feds are the ones that did it. And the feds don't have to say nothing. I mean, like, how? I mean, but it's just as ridiculous, honestly, as Ann Taylor claiming that she has 400 people to interview in the innocence phase. Because why the shit do you need to interview 400 people? They probably did have to sign something, yeah. But to me, it still is, because what are you doing? I mean, these would have to be like nothing interviews. It would have to be like maybe some of his family members, some of the people that he worked with at the school, maybe his classmates. They would have to be like character interviews after the arrest. I want to know who was interviewed beforehand and all the things that they were doing before the Fed said, this is your dude. Yeah, the phone survey was for a change of venue, which is why they've pushed it back another 2 months, because they're not done, apparently. I don't think so. And I'm going to do an entire video about why it can't be Jack, and I'm going to pull an Ann, and I'm going to use everyone's reasonings against them. Yeah, that's what I think it would be, yeah. So it would have to be like after arrest, but I want to know what all was done and what the information was pointing at before. That is like, my mind is like crazy about whose cigarette was that. What was it about that person that made you surveil them enough to where you had to get that cigarette to get that DNA? Who was it? I would love to know.
15,000 video clips from approximately 79 businesses.
And let's also go back to this and say this. All of those video clips, and they couldn't give us a still shot of the actual photo that they wanted the people to look for. You had this entire 2 states of Washington and Idaho, technically, because they're so close and college oriented, looking for this car. You gave us the wrong year. You gave us stock photos, and you gave us nothing to look at. But you've got all of this footage. No.
8,000 video clips from approximately 10 residences. 417 files containing call detail records. Multiple terabytes of records for 11 computer devices, 7.
This is probably the most ridiculous thing that people have tried to say in this case. I'm just saying, this has been the most ridiculous thing that I've heard people say, because pertaining to Bryan, no. And not just that, but this kind of stuff, you can't keep that quiet. You cannot keep that quiet. Something would have leaked by now that made sense. And that's just wild. No, people were not watching something that night. Just because the Banfield footage shows something on somebody's phone doesn't mean anything. People have read way too much into that stuff. Like, people have gone literally like lunatic over that. There's some people that think that all of a sudden shadows are bloodstains on these kids' clothes. Like, it's just a lot. Like, I know that there's a lot of questions here, but no, you can't see what somebody's seeing on their phone. It's like nobody saw the crime on the Linda Lane footage being conducted through the reflection of some car's back window while it was happening inside of the home. Like, no, you can't have those things happen. That just makes no freaking logical sense at all.
Cell phones, multiple social media accounts, and 4 tower dumps.
Excuse me, Ms. Jennings.
the last one?
4 tower dumps. In addition to records regarding well over 17,000 tips. We've given multiple terabytes of records in response to the 71 grand jury subpoenas, as well as the 101 search warrants that were done in this case. We have facilitated the defense viewing the physical evidence on multiple occasions, as well as facilitated additional DNA trace evidence to be examined at their request. We've had a consistent pattern of loading up discovery and providing a hard drive to the defense on an almost weekly basis. And just to be clear, we're going to continue to do that. As we receive discovery, we review it, we load it on our hard drive, and we give it over.
But you have no idea what you're giving over because no one categorizes, no one labels anything. So you're getting things that you don't even actually know are pertinent and true to this case, and you just hand it over. That's how I'm reading it.
Now, going specifically through each of the requests, we've already dealt with in the 4th motion to compel. Item 214, we've already argued. Item 219, we've already complied with. The cash biz logs. You heard the testimony, and what we know and what the judge heard testimony for is the cash.
How far?
Going specifically trace evidence to be examined at their request. We've had a consistent pattern of loading up discovery and providing a hard drive to the defense on an almost weekly basis. And just to be clear, we're going to continue to do that. As we receive discovery, we review it, we load it on our hard drive, and we give it over. Now, going specifically through each of the requests, they trace evidence to be examined at their request. 1,000 tips. We've given multiple terabytes of records in response to the 71 grand jury subpoenas, as well as the 101 search warrants that were done in this case. We have facilitated the defense viewing the physical evidence on multiple occasions, as well as facilitated additional DNA trace evidence to be examined at their request.
Where'd they get it? Where'd they get it? They straight up told us there wasn't anything left for them to redo the testing on, and that the DNA profile that got actually uploaded into the programs was destroyed. So is it the other 3? Are they finally going to do something with those? Because Ann Taylor wanted the other 3 tested. So yeah, that's what it kind of sounds like, doesn't it? I mean, that would be the right way to do it. I don't understand why they just stopped at Bryan's. That's something else I would love to know. You're sitting there with technically 4 unknown male DNAs at the time, and you only go after the genealogy tree of 1. Why? Yeah, that's another thing I'm saying. Like, how? How are they getting anything to do anything? They cannot go back and recreate what they did with the knife sheath stuff. They can't. Right, because I know like one of them was outside. A lot of people think it doesn't have anything to do with anything, right? A lot of people think it's like but it still could. It still technically could have something to do with something. The person might have just been like hella messy, but I know for sure the 2 on the inside, people are like, oh no, 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 no. No, there wasn't. And that's what I agreed on. I was taught that you have to do these testings at least 3 times at a minimum. You have to get 2 because you have to get 3 because you can't just get like 2, because say one says one thing and one says the other thing, well, then you have to do a third one to see if that third one matches one of the other 2. And if it does match one of the other 2, then you can go on with your next thing. But normally you have to have like 3 testings done at a minimum. Standards. So how they're sitting here and telling us that they not only had enough to do the blank standard testing, but also all this other crazy bullshit they're trying to claim. There's just no way. There's no way. The brass, metals in general are horrible, but brass is like the worst one. It literally destroys the double helix of the DNA. So how can you get a correct profile reading if the actual genetic material is starting to degrade almost instantly once it's on metal? Probably. Unless they're made to do Zoom, and even then I think so. Yeah. No, I wasn't recorded. No, I don't think I have it. I can go find it though, because it's still out there. But I can go find it and clip it. Yeah. Well, see, it takes weeks for certain things. The thing, I can't remember exactly the type of testing that was done after they took the dad's DNA out of the trash can. Whatever comparison testing that they did, and I just don't remember STR or whatever it was. I can't remember the exact name. I remember looking this up and doing the research on this at the time that it was relevant. When they took dad's DNA to compare it to knife sheath DNA, that technical comparison testing only takes about 4 to 6 hours. So the comparative testing from dad's DNA to knife sheath DNA, that doesn't bother me. That testing amount of time makes perfect sense to everything that I've learned. Everything DNA test wise is wet testing. There's a solution that's added to the DNA sample. And then you test things. So automatically the sample that you're using is diluted to a point. I mean, they can, because that's how a lot of John and Jane Doe cases are solved. That's where the whole like IgG thing originally came from. Why didn't they just go and do that's my whole thing. They cannot sit here and tell me that they knew what they were doing and they had their guy the whole time and we just don't know. They were in the shadows. If they let him go all the way to Pennsylvania before they ever try to get a swab of anything, like you have his place of business, his entire, habit is around that area and his apartment. And you couldn't have done a search warrant and gotten his DNA from the local spots. You had to travel 2,000 miles. It doesn't even make any sense. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, that's another problem, is that we were originally told that they didn't find anything on the sheath. So they can't sit here and tell us those kinds of things and then act like we're not going to ask questions. It doesn't make sense.
We've had a consistent pattern of loading up discovery and providing a hard drive to the defense on an almost weekly basis. And just to be clear, we're going to continue to do that. As we receive discovery, we review it, we load it on our hard drive, and we give it over. Now, going specifically through each of the requests, we've already dealt with in the fourth motion to compel. Item 214, we've already argued. Item 219, we've already complied with.
Drop a 1 in the comments if you guys remember that they told us that whenever they originally looked for anything on the knife sheath, they didn't find anything. It wasn't until, again, just like the latent shoe print, a second look at the knife sheath that suddenly they found the single strand DNA. That was from the very, 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 very beginning. There you go, harlot. That was a fact that they told us in this case, that they didn't get a damn thing off of it the first time. And it wasn't until second go around that magically they found a DNA.
The catch those logs. You heard the testimony, and what we know and what the judge heard testimony for is that CASDAS is just a software program that allows investigators to put in like the records received from a cell phone.
Yeah, but there's no reason to tell us that. The only thing that they should be telling us is about stranger DNA. There'd be no reason for them to be like, oh, and by the way, Maddie's blood was also on it too. Like, duh. We know that. That's pointless.
Provider like AT&T into a software program and they kind of visualize. Detective Mallory testified he got the raw data set from AT&T, used the default settings for the times in question. It produced a map. He took a screenshot of that map. We provided that screenshot. He only did this in response to our request to provide a visual for the grand jury. We've been told that optional session files were not created or saved, and that this item simply doesn't exist. In the current version of CASDAS, the user settings aren't automatically saved in an exported session, but instead it just returns to default settings. I asked Detective Mallory about this. He advised us that he used the default settings. It doesn't take much time or effort to redo this, which is why he didn't save those logs. That's his normal practice. He just saved the screenshots and we provided that. We agree, we will double check. We're doing that throughout all of this. To our knowledge, there are not tower documents that we're reliant on, but we will double check and inquire, and if that exists, then we will turn it over. 226 has to do, well, first the request was for the AT&T Hemisphere program, and then it detailed several other things below it. And we were told they didn't use the Hemisphere program. And you're right, language is important as to exactly what's being requested. And now after a series of back and forth, they're saying that they want AT&T timing report. We have been told if that's referring to timing advance records, those records don't exist.
But they do. So I don't see how she can sit here after Cyree has already outed them for not having things that do exist by falsely claiming that they don't exist and still stand here and say those things don't exist. I just heard a man who is literally like the creator of this exact science tell us that they in fact do exist, but I'm going to still stand here and tell you that they don't. Is she like listening to the same hearing that we're listening to? Wild.
We do have these location records, the DVOR records, and we've given those over. Now, the second part, it says that investigators recently obtained certified records from AT&T, and that'll be.
I don't really feel like I need to remind you because of the time frame in which you just put it, but I'm gonna go ahead and say it anyway. Yeah, it was the apartment blood. It was the blood samples from Bryan's apartment that she decided to not hand over, and she kept with her own damn self for 10 days before then handing them over to Ann Taylor at Bryan's apartment 10 days later. And no, she did not call them and say, hey, I forgot to put these in the samples. Hey, I'm going to drive them over in my little 15-minute drive from WSU to Moscow or whatever. I'm not going to waste 10 minutes of my life to now bring you said blood sample results. I'm just going to not say a damn thing to you about it and then surprise you with it whenever you meet me in front of his apartment, because that's what happened. That's what happened. She didn't even log them into, like, as far as the paperwork that I have, and I have paperwork from WSU that shows what was actually given to the evidence log. Yeah, there was like 3, I think it was, like something from a pillow, something from the mattress, and I think something from the kitchen that was swabbed. A lot of people think he just has nosebleeds because he's in a different area, which is very possible, especially since none of it was fresh. And even after they did all of that stuff, they're still coming back and claiming no explanation for nothing of the victims being in or around anything of Bryan's. You would think so because it wasn't being kept correct. I'll have to go back. Same day of his arrest. Pretty positive. She's WSU. She's not even Pullman PD. Yeah, she's a WSU officer. Pretty positive, yeah, because there's still no connections. And if it was anybody else's, then they would definitely be trying to like get him on some other charges by now, yeah. But yeah, she didn't even tell them. That was the problem that I definitely had, is that, well, Whitman County is where like the 911, like they all share that Whitman County 911 dispatch office. But yeah, that's what made me so upset, is that she didn't even tell them. She didn't even tell them. There's nothing to show that she told them. She literally lists in her like additional narrative, I think it's called, on the police report. I have it. I'll pull it up one day and go back over it with you guys live if you want me to. I have like over 200 pages of stuff that's not from Idaho. I have stuff from the school. I have stuff from WSU, and I think I have a couple files from Pennsylvania. I know I've done like certain videos, but it's been a minute. We might need to go back over some of this stuff. We might need to. But the DNA evidence only, not the rest of the stuff that they took out of his apartment, but just those 3 DNA samples that they took from his apartment. She kept, didn't say a damn thing, didn't put them in evidence, didn't check mark or anything, didn't call Ann, didn't call Moscow police, didn't do anything, didn't say shit. When Ann met her in front of Bryan's apartment 10 days later, she then tells Ann Taylor in a roundabout way, "My bad, chick, here you go." How is that just okay? Another one who doesn't do their job and got a promotion, by the way. I don't know. No, to me, no, she's a campus cop. I don't care that this was technically like college campus or whatever. They should have had the actual Pullman Police Department take over that spot, or Washington State Police. I don't know. Ask her. I don't know. I don't understand it. But I think that that's what Judge is talking about. There's a paper, we went over it once, where he signed off on something in his own handwriting. It says that the court is concerned with chain of custody, but they don't say for what. And I think it's Don Daniels' boo-boo. Unless there's something we don't know about, but that's the only thing that makes any sense to me right now.
Be disclosed in upcoming discovery production. My understanding is that that's not related to the above. It's not related to Bryan Kohberger's records. It's related to other records that were done later for other folks. But we will be providing that in the next production doc. Next is 228, complete copy of all materials relied upon Corporal Payne. To our knowledge, we turned all of that over. We have given the documentation of correspondence between our cast agent Balance as well as with Detective Payne, and he testified today that the only other communication, they were together, so they were just relaying things verbally, and that he was
that right there is my problem. You have someone who is not knowledgeable whatsoever having a conversation about very specific technical things, and you're literally just having the conversation like in the break room, and then you're walking over there getting distracted by how many things back to your desk before then filing this report, writing this report. And you're supposed to tell me that your brain is working correctly to remember everything that you were told? There's no paper trail or even proof of these conversations happening. Yeah, now she is. After sucking at her job, now she is. Because she was assisting. I don't know. Hey, girl. So I don't know. No, he's saying that he turned, well, maybe to the feds, but he's saying that everything that he apparently touched was handed over to the state. But the state apparently isn't handing it over to Anne, and we know that for a fact. So I don't know why Jennings' little biatch self will sit up here and lie, because Anne literally asks, so you did this report and you did this report, and what did you do with it? Oh, you handed it over to the state. So what would be your reaction if I told you that to this day I haven't seen that report? And his flabbers were gasted. Okay. It's the state at this part. Like, it's the state. They're the middle person between the investigators and this being put as admissible evidence in front of the courtroom. It's the state. It's Xana over there sitting down like he ain't got nothing to say. I just don't understand how she can sit here and lie. Like, does she not know that in this exact same record, there's people literally saying the opposite of what she's saying? Like, that's what I'm saying. Is she listening to the exact same testimonies that we're listening to, because she sure the hell isn't acting like she is? I wish I could lie like that in my job and keep my paycheck, because damn.
Including that information in his report.
Can you give me the numbers too? Because I'm trying to keep track.
I am on 228.
Thanks.
229 has been complied with. Now we're at 242, our complete past report. We've already discussed that.
When you say complied with, does that mean that both sides agree that it was complied with? Or is it that you saying that you complied with that, but they are still asking for it? I just want to, speaking of language.
Well, I can't speak for the defense, but to our knowledge, we have provided everything that relates to the MAID data.
Okay. I just want to be clear about that. So if both sides agree that this is done, we don't need to keep arguing about this. But if the state is saying, well, we've complied, but they don't don't agree with that, then that's something I have to deal with. Ms. Taylor.
Your Honor, there's so much here. So the clarification on this is they did give us MAID data. I've been working with our expert, and we think that all the data is there, but part 2 of it has to do with the Babel information that's coming. That's in the 5th motion to compel.
That's a great
good one to remember. Yeah.
Yes.
And so I need that to put those 2 together. So I think the MAID data we have, I need to reserve though and say, once our experts had full time to look at the MAID data, once we get the Babel stuff as well, then we may have a problem. But they did do a disclosure. For sure they did do a disclosure. I just can't say it's all of what we were looking for quite yet.
Exactly, right there. You can't say that you complied if the defense is saying, we got this part, but you still haven't given us this other part, and we need the full picture here. Because isn't that what we're all trying to find, right? We all could stop questioning what the hell is happening here if they just gave us one puzzle piece that fit. We would not still be here going through all of this if they gave us just one puzzle piece that fit. Hey, Deborah. Yeah, we wouldn't be so confused. We wouldn't still be asking questions. We wouldn't be having to go through these cases and go over every document trying to figure out what makes sense if they just gave us one piece that fit. Oh, thank you from across the pond. Hi. It sure seems like it. But how is he not like, yeah, just one piece, just one. I just want one. One piece would shut me up. Okay. One piece. I mean, I wouldn't stop covering the case, but I wouldn't be racking my freaking brain every single day trying to just understand. And people can say, oh, but why do you care? Because this could be anybody. This could be anyone. And how many people has this happened to that doesn't have eyes on them? It's just insane. But how can she not be held in contempt knowing that she's lying? Like, how can the judge sit there and listen to Jennings say this, and the third, knowing that the opposite was just proven? And the proof of it being the opposite being proven. You know what I mean? Okay, yeah, y'all understand. I feel like I'm not maybe explaining it correctly. But yeah, like, how can she sit there and lie and him not be like, why are you lying to the courtroom, Miss Ma'am? Back up, retrace the way that you were about to say that to me and say it again, because we just heard the opposite. So don't sit here and lie. I want Judge's job. I think I could be the next Judge Judy. What y'all think?
All right. So some of these we might come back to me to say, okay, whether there's something missing or everything's fine.
And I will speak with Ms. Jensen if I notice that ahead of time too.
Okay, thank you.
243 relates to the final draft of the past report. 244 is done. 248. There's still some questions about. I will say that Ms. Taylor reached out to me last week, letting me know that they believe there might be some missing pieces there. I reached out to SA Balance, asking. He was at a training all last week. I've been told he's looking into it to see if there is additional information. Then of course we produce that. That's all I know at this point.
Yeah, all of the actual location information. And see, this is something I want to ask on Twitter, and I'm going to tag a couple of different lawyers on there. At this point in the game, because this is important. At this point in the game, could the missing pieces for the actual location and time of the crime actually exist, but be being purposely withheld until trial? Like, I know they're not supposed to do any surprise bullshit, right? But then I'm also hearing, you know, they don't have to hand over everything. I think they do have to hand over everything. That's kind of like the whole point of having like a mediator to make sure that both sides are playing fair. So I don't think that this far into the game, if they had that, they could just withhold it. So if the location information for the house area itself, for the time that the crimes apparently happened, is missing, then that means it's really, really missing, right? Like, they can't just be like sitting back holding on to it for just in cases. They have to actually have it. Oh, thank you, Caroline. I was ranting. I didn't see it. Thank you. Thank you. That's what I'm wondering too. I love her. Burkhart's awesome. I've asked her questions on Twitter. Her and Bob. Her and Bob. That's what I'm wondering. That's what I'm, yeah, especially if it's exculpatory, because then it's like a Brady Giglio thing, right? So then that means, yeah, Peter's awesome too. I can't get over his fans, like his fans. I don't feel the same way that a lot of people do about Peter, but I see like he's got fans. He's got them fans. That one right there. Yeah, I mean, he's smart. He's good too. Yeah, I like Bob's coverage of Delphi. But Andrea Burkhart, she's local, so she goes. Have you? Bob and Allie. Yeah, they're cool. They're an awesome little couple, power couple. They're pretty cool. Bob and Allie. I like their passion for Delphi. It's still not enough to dismiss. I mean, I'm not really expecting them to dismiss at this point. Honestly, not like this. They'd have to put everything together. But I really am wondering why it hasn't this been like Ann Taylor's fight. Like, I understand maybe there's steps and procedures they have to take for certain things. But knowing that all of this very important stuff is missing, why hasn't that been her fight to get everything dismissed? Why hasn't her fight for the grand jury indictment to be dismissed be like, what the hell did you show them? Because you haven't showed us anything. So what could you possibly have handed the grand jury? Her going through the grand jury rules, I knew was a lost fight. because you would have to literally go in and undo how many damn grand jury indictments. That's just not going to happen. This seems like a valid reason. So why wasn't this her fight? That's really confusing to me. I don't know if I can get past that. I feel like this would have been the best fight that she could have used for the grand jury indictment, is the fact that there's nothing there. Yeah, she's using their incapabilities against them. She's putting them all to shame. All to shame. No. I mean, now I think she's got the transcripts. But they're still waiting on stuff from the federal grand jury. Like, I don't think that they've gotten everything. They even have a different number of subpoenas. Like, like Masoth ended up saying 71 only after she heard Jennings say 71. Because at first she said 50. Yeah, and that's another problem too. And can you see why? 18 months later, they don't got nothing. 18 months later, they're still pulling stuff out their butts and handing it over to the defense. I just love common sense. I need things to make sense. I need things to make sense. I have $60-something thousand worth of wasted student loans for my degree in this. And this is why. Like, look how this corruption. I would have been in jail a long time ago just trying to make people keep their word and walk a straight line. Something like that, probably, yeah. It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, she did mention that, like, any of the video clips they have gotten, and it doesn't have Bryan's vehicle in it, or it's for times that are completely irrelevant to what's happening. Oh, thank you, Danny. Thank you, Danny. Hey, girl, I coupon, so $3 actually gets me like a lot of coffee. I'm just saying. I'm good at stretching, especially for coffee. Especially for coffee. Yeah, still at this point. Well, I mean, the only reason for that is because the state don't have it. The state didn't do anything. State didn't seem to have done anything of their own. So just like Payne is relying on everyone else to do his job, the freaking state obviously is doing the exact same thing. Abolish all of it. Get rid of it all. I don't get it. There's not much longer of this. Let's try to get through this community.
249 is related to the above.
He's embarrassed.
250 to the state sleep that's been done. And 258. Again, this is a very broad request.
There's no charges in Washington. It's technically no federal charges either, because whatever they did federally didn't work. Danny, go search for a channel that goes by the name of Ohio Valley Couponer. It's a dude. He's a younger guy. He's who I learned from. He does all the things. He taught me all the ways. Very easy to understand guy.
If there's something specifically that they're looking for, that would be helpful. But as far as the state's concerned, we've complied with this request. We've given you the returns for all of the 101 search warrants that were done, as well as the affidavits, which detail exactly what the investigator relied upon in order to obtain those search warrants. Again, if there's something specific.
No. Because see, what matters to me is that in the probable cause affidavit, Mr. Idiot over here, Mr. Clean with no actual experience whatsoever, is taking information from every other agency around him and then writing it down as if it's his experience giving him these ideas. Your experience in being an idiot? Your experience in not knowing a damn thing? That I just can't get over that. I can't get over it.
That they're seeking or looking for, if they can provide that to us, then we will inquire. Now we move on to the 5th.
I thought because it was multiple state, but I heard that sometimes that don't even matter. Because I really thought it's because it involved 3 states, technically. 4 if you want to count Indiana because of the police stops. But I don't know. I'd love to know the verbiage that was used for the charges that would have gone federal. But whatever it was, whether it be investigative, which I doubt because of the time frame that we have here, or regular federal grand jury, whatever the hell it was, it failed because they don't have anything. That's what floors me, is that it went through some other step before we got here. And it still must have failed because you wouldn't have needed a state if you had a federal. That would have been completely irrelevant.
Items 259 through, 259, 260, 261, 262, and 265. Yes, our answer is that we have inquired. We've been told that this is coming. The employee responsible for these items is out on medical leave for about 6 to 8 weeks. We still have probably another month left before she returns. And then would need time.
Again, people work from home and do things from home all the time. I don't understand why this person just like not do their job at all. I mean, I understand maternity leave or whatever, but this is a very high profile case and you could literally sit there for like 2 hours on a Zoom call, Miss Ma'am. It wouldn't really be that big of a deal. And that you don't have a backup person. You're supposed to have a backup person, especially if you're gonna be out for weeks and weeks and weeks. And obviously it's planned because you're pregnant. It's maternity leave. Somebody should have been there to take over stuff. That's so irresponsible.
For that to be completed, but we do intend on giving this over. As we've done already, as we get it, we turn it over. Item 289, this is completed. 299, temp lead sheets. State has provided information for well over 17,000 temps in this case. We've been advised by the FBI that they believe they have provided all information related to this. Now, I'm unsure if there are duplicates of the same information.
We're anesthesiologists, surgeons, emergency medicine physicians.
Those people are held to HIPAA. Oh, thank you for joining, Miss B. Thank you.
We will inquire, but substantively, it's our understanding that they have all the information for the 17,000 tips. But yes, I will inquire and see if there's something, a tip lead sheet that can be easily provided.
And see, that's what's wild to me. Like, you say you only have 5% left to hand over, but it's taking you 5,000 times longer to get this 5% than it did for you to make up the 95% of lies. That doesn't make sense.
300. This has, for the majority, already been provided. They already have the ISP and PD emails. I've talked to Ms. Taylor about another certain section of emails that she would like to see. I will inquire about that, and if they exist, we will turn them over. 263 and 264 have to do with CAS certification and training records. I can tell the court we're going to comply with this. We're not at our expert discovery disclosure deadline, and we're just not at that point, but we will be. And we plan on giving this over on anything we intend to rely upon. 274, 275, 278 have all been done. 287, this is an expert analysis. We haven't received it. We are expecting to receive it sometime in the next month. As soon as we receive that, we will discover.
Do they say what that was on? Expert analysis on? Let me go back and see if she mentions what it was on. Because we know that they have a blood spatter person all of a sudden. Where's the original? So you're telling me this entire time they didn't have a blood spatter expert? I didn't even think about that before. Like, is this a whole new person? As in, they haven't done this once and now they're getting somebody, or is this a second opinion? Maybe. No, they have nothing. They all of the very specific information is not there. That's what Cy Ray came out to state, that all of the location information for the house itself and the time of the crime itself, all of that very specific data that could put whoever actually did this there, whether it be Bryan or not, is gone. So even if Bryan is found innocent and let go, they have nothing to go back and validate whoever else was there and could have done it, because they don't have the very specific location and timing information, which is really the only freaking thing you need, right? Like, cool, if you've got 51 terabytes of bullshit, okay, it could literally be 20,000 different cars that are not the perpetrator's car. But if you only have the location and the time that has the person there, then that's all you need. The rest of it doesn't matter. But instead, it's the opposite. They have all of the boo-boo that don't make any sense, and then they have nothing that actually matters. Have fun with your people. Have a good day. Yeah, Keystone. They backwards to this whole thing. It drives me insane, and absolutely insane.
With CAS certification and training records, I can tell the court we're going to comply with this. We're not at our expert discovery disclosure deadline, and we're just not at that point, but we will be. And we plan on giving this over on anything we intend to rely on. 274, 275, 278 all been done. 287, this is an expert analysis. We haven't received it. We are expecting to receive it sometime in the next month. As soon as we receive that, we will discover.
Okay, so maybe it's the blood spatter person. I mean, very possible that they have somebody doing something else that's a different sort of expert witness, but if that's the case, they're not being open. So I'm just gonna assume at this point it's probably the blood spatter person.
289 is done. And starting with 302 is when we get into all these different surveillance videos. We have provided them a list of all the videos as they're labeled and as they're stored at NPD.
As they were not labeled, you mean? Miss Ma'am, did you forget Mallory saying that nothing was labeled, nothing was dated, it was just put all together? So not only did Moscow PD not do their job correctly, they then, the state, got the information all willy-nilly and discombobulated to shit from Moscow and didn't bother themselves to go in and validate that what they had was even pertinent to this case. That's probably why they have 51 terabytes of bullshit, because no one thought to double check anything. I am just so... Yeah, you think y'all would be paying more attention. None. None. None of them were in order either. Yep, all 13,000, over 13,000 tips, right? None of them were in order. So instead of doing the right thing and getting everything in order and then calling a meeting in and sitting all these idiots down and being like, do you see this? This is not the way to do things. Do you see this? This is the way you better start handing files to me as of like today, or else you can be out of my police department. They don't even bother getting it together themselves. They don't have like a secretary person who could sit there and literally just go through and organize stuff. They haven't even themselves gone in and validated that the car is Bryan's. Because we have to remember, Anna's already told us that whatever car is over at the cannabis shop ain't Bryan's. Which means to me that there's probably something very specific about his car that they look for in all of this footage that's not there. Like I said, there should be some sort of like parking sticker. Everyone's vehicle has that one thing, whether it be some little ding that no one else notices or something like that. Everybody's car has that one little personalized detail. Anne must know those details for her to say, whatever that is not Bryan's car, so why are you giving it to me? And they blame Anne. I mean, it could be taillights, but it could be other things too. Something in the vehicle that's personalized, something different about something. Well, they don't even have a plate though. In 51 terabytes of boo-boo, they don't have a plate. Well, we know his doesn't have a sunroof, so. Yeah, the entire car. And if they don't see it being Bryan's car and that whole little 360 it would have done on that camera, that's a problem. That's why I think that whatever that vehicle was in all the Linda Lane stuff, I think it was the Dasher. Exactly. That part right there. And unless Bryan was going in and constantly getting a sticker over and over and over again, then the sticker would have been on there because it's not being taken off and removed. Those things will tear so easy taking them off. This is so stupid.
Now, yes, we will do our due diligence to make sure that what we have is turned over.
But you won't do your due diligence to make sure that what you have is valid to the case. You just want to throw a bunch of shit in there so that it looks like you know what you're doing, when in reality, it's all a bunch of trash.
To date, though, and we'll continue to do that. To date, we have located a Watson Carey construction video, but the only thing we've located is one that covers from about 9 p.m. on the 12th till midnight. We'll continue to look for what they've requested, and as soon as if it's located, we will turn it over. 303 has been completed, 304 has been completed, and 305. The next series, 306, 307, 308, 309 are all part of the 2-week process. As detailed in our response, we've been told by the FBI that it's going through their process, and we're hoping to hear something back about whether or not these are approved and when they're going to be provided in early June. 313 is done, 314 is done. 315 is part of, again, the 2-week process, as well as 316. Again, we should know more early June.
So how many pieces of evidence is that so far? Just in this like small little conversation that they're waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting on somebody else to provide. Again, I don't understand how they can stand here and prosecute this case and they have absolutely no clue about the details because they didn't even work it.
Back to videos 317. The first thing they asked for is this US Bank video. That's been provided. Ampersand, to our knowledge, it doesn't exist. Again, we'll do our due diligence to make sure.
Yeah, I remember hearing this part about her saying like certain things didn't exist. And so far has been spot on when she says, I know that the shit's there. So quit the games and hand it over, because look what miraculously happens. Suddenly it gets found and it's handed over. So for them to sit here and say right now, oh, it doesn't exist. No, you're just too lazy to have looked for it. Go look again.
It's located, we'll provide it. One World Cafe does not exist. And 9 to 5 is actually US Bank, and that's been provided. Red Star have coffee. We have, and 319, 320, 321 are all ones that are still outstanding. We'll continue to try to locate those. If they exist, we'll turn them over. 324, 325, 326 have all been complied with. 334 does not exist, and there will be a supplemental report to that effect. 330.
So whatever is being asked for doesn't exist, but they have something to attach to it anyway? But it doesn't exist. Wonder what that is.
5, 336, 337, 338, 339, 340 have all been complied with, and that gets us to the end of the fifth for this hearing.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any response?
Your Honor, just really briefly, I want to talk about item 226.
She's no longer a judge. It was Megan, what's her face, right? I think her last name starts with M. But the judge who signed off on all this shit hasn't been on the case in forever. So that's a good question, because that's why I don't understand when these warrants and stuff get signed. Marshall, yeah. When these warrants and stuff get signed, I don't understand why there's not a process to where these judges have to make sure that what they're signing off on is legit. They just take these idiots' words for it that have no experience. I just don't get it.
The Hemisphere program, Ms. Jennings asked me if we meant the timing advance program. That's one and the same. I just heard her say that those records don't exist. I just need to be clear, if they don't exist, then I need to know that. If they do exist and they were used, I need to have them. She mentioned that item 250, 250, that's the balanced training records that we have. That we don't have that. That's balanced training records related to the use of the Gladiator machine. We don't have those. 251 is partially complied with. That's the certificate on whether the Gladiator machine was working appropriately. We need the follow-up the next time that machine was put back for testing. Both machines, there were 2.
And see, that's something else. How can they sit here and just be okay with the fact that one of the machines that was used went back with 2 errors on it? And no one thought to, like, let's put this machine away and make sure that what we have is legitimate and done with the machine that doesn't have a defect. It being turned in that way means that they probably went ahead and kept using it and then used its results. You better be lying. For real. I know the last thing I heard about the Papa Rogers account is that its bio said it was a female. Is he really? Don't get me started on him. I have strong opinions. I'm going to have to go back and take a look. Because that would definitely prove it's not Bryan if Papa Rogers isn't back and doing his thing. Wild. Absolutely insane. I don't even know what to think about that.
263 and 264, Balance and Kennedy's past training records. I'm happy to hear that I'm going to get those. With regard to the videos, on exhibit RR that the court has under number 21, this is where the business said they already had given over their videos, and Ampersand and One World Cafe are both listed on that as well. So they were given to somebody to their Moscow Police Department at some point in time. And that's it for clarifications for me. Thank you.
Great. Excellent. Anything else?
No.
Okay, great.
Well, that's all, folks. Hey, AR. I don't see how they can sit here and this is missing and this is missing and that's missing and your mama's missing and everybody's missing. We got it, guys. Don't worry. We got our man. It's just insane. I don't get it. I don't understand how they can just have like no evidence at all and be so blatant about knowing that they have no evidence at all. They're doing good. They're doing good. Today's been a pretty chill day. Her swelling has gone down insanely, which is wild. Yeah, all the common sense is missing. Yeah. Let's just put a on that part. We're up to like, what is it? Let me look. 15, right? Let's see where we're at. Let me look and see. Because this is just the 4th and 5th. There's number 11. There's 12. There's 12. There's 15. Yeah. We are at 15. And we are just now in court for 4 and 5. See, that's another thing that I feel is going to be really annoying is if they push back all of these court hearings and us actually getting to trial because they have to go through all of these like supplemental requests for discovery hearing. Because we're only on number 4 and 5 and there's 15 and there's probably going to be more. There's a lot. So who thinks we're actually going to get to trial in summer of 25? Because they're already pushing stuff back already. Because now we don't have change of venue until August. Yeah, I kind of doubt it too. You do? Yeah, I feel like at this rate, it might be 26. Some people say yes, some people say no. No chance, AR says. Some people do. Never going to trial? I don't think so. I think it's going to go to trial. At this point, I think they would have to. It'd be really interesting to me if they just don't. If something happens and it doesn't, I'll be shocked. Because it seems like they're dead set on what they're doing. It does. It seems like they're dead set on what they're doing. They do need evidence to have a trial. Yeah. It's just so wild, isn't it? Hurry up and wait. Yeah. You think so? I mean, look how many people are on the fence now. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, they have nothing. I think that the defense is ready to go any day. I think that they're using everybody's boo-boo against them the way that they said they were going to, and it's very much proven efficient at this point. 2026, isn't that insane? And that's crazy because I feel that's horrible. Like, I don't want the families to have to wait any longer, but I don't. Dragging it out is the problem, yeah. Very possible. Very possible. Maybe. I mean, I feel like she should have been using the fact that none of this should exist as a reason for the grand jury indictment, not the stupid grand jury rules. I feel like that was a wasted fight. But then again, it could have been very planned that way. Maybe there was information that she needed to get that she could only get by doing it that way first. I don't know. I'm very confused about why she didn't use all of this information not even being there. It just doesn't make sense. Well, yeah, that's only if he gets proven guilty, though. That's only if he's proven guilty. Yeah, I mean, he'll either shut it down or he'll prove one way or another. he's technically the wild card to both sides. And that's why he reserved his right to switch his opinion or the side that he's doing whatever on, because he's just like, as of right now, what I am seeing is this, but if something comes in, it could definitely change my mind, and I reserve the right to change my mind. So it could go either way, which is also insane to me because they are not approving Cyree to come on here without Bryan's approval. And there's no way, unless he's really just that cocky and stupid, if Bryan is guilty here, okay, to bring in a guy that can put him there. Why would you hire, why would, I mean, I know he's doing it for free, but why would you bring on purposely a man that can prove that you were guilty beyond a reasonable doubt because he's like who you want to be in life? You know what I mean? Like Bryan, in everything that he has studied and done, seems like Cyree is the type of person that he wants to be when it comes to all of this forensic data. So I don't see Bryan being stupid enough to bring in somebody that is willing to change the team he's playing on depending on the evidence that comes in, knowing full damn well this man can put him away. I feel like Cyree being brought in and the possibilities make it even more of a chance that Bryan really is innocent of this. Because I don't think he'd be so stupid as to hang himself by bringing Cyree in on the case. I wouldn't be able to comprehend it, bro. I'm a millennial that likes a regular old coffee pot. I don't like any of this crazy technology stuff. I would be feeling like pain. I would be feeling like pain sitting in there trying to listen to a conversation between the two of them, because they would be talking all kind of verbiage that I would never understand. Yeah. And like I said, I don't think, knowing what Cyree is capable of, that Bryan would risk Cyree coming into the case if he knew Cyree could put him guilty. It's very telling. I mean, I hope that their entire point isn't just to prove that Bryan is innocent, but is also to freaking prove what happened here. I would really, really hope that they are doing justice to all of it and not just trying to get Bryan out. Because wouldn't that be insane if Bryan is the one who solves this? Like Bryan and his team are actually the ones who find out who the bad guy is and solve it. And that's how Bryan gets his foot in to this sort of thing, is because he was actually innocent, falsely accused, and then solved the biggest case of his decade. That's what I feel. Either requested or whatever, but he could have been like, no. Yeah, I didn't know that either. That's something I knew I learned from you guys today, which I'm going to go back and find all the stuff of. That's important to me. So people, like there was somebody in here arguing about Cyree the other day. I can't remember what it was for. Oh, he didn't see anything. He's just talking because he's just talking about like his actual expertise. He hasn't actually seen anything. And I'm like, no, he literally saw all the records. He literally just sat here on the stand and said, yes, he saw all of it. He says himself he doesn't get on a case without looking at things first. And he's apparently been in it a whole lot longer. Okay, yeah, I'll check it out whenever I'm done. Well, I'll check it out after my chores today, because I've got to go and find this piece for my lawnmower when I get off of this. Or at least like a nut that'll do the job. I gotta do that. But yeah, I'll look at all that stuff whenever I get back. But yeah, that's it, guys. I just don't understand how we got to this point and there's still so much missing. Like, I really, really would hope that they're still doing some sort of investigative something on the back end, because these people deserve justice regardless of the situation. Did they? Yeah, it was. No, but that's what I miss about my hometown. We have a Gibson's And I know damn well they sell stuff like this like separately. Pretty sure I have to go to like a bigger store and probably buy like a pack of useless junk. That's fine. Still cheaper than hiring a mowing company. And our yard is pretty big. We need to get it done today. Neither. I don't want no dude in my house. August is when they're saying that they're pushing back the whatchamacallit, change of venue. But other than that, we don't have another date for anything just yet. Yeah, I don't want nobody in my house, bro. They can stay over there. So I don't know. But yeah, that's it. I gotta go find this part. Hopefully get the yard done today. But I will go and I will take Mallory's. I don't think I have it separately. I think I have the whole thing up here. Maybe, I don't know. For sure, I'm going to go get balances from the Chad Daybell case. I'm going to clip that and we're going to go over it so we can get like a feel for this guy. Because I don't want to sit here and say, oh, he's awesome for one case. And then, those same credentials go over. And so many of you have told me that he's really, really good. And he sounds like he knows what he's talking about. So we're definitely going to go over that probably next week. But you guys have a great Saturday. Relax, take it easy, unless you're working, but don't work too hard. Okay. Have a great Saturday. I might post a video later today. I might post something tomorrow. Most likely tomorrow for sure. But that's it. I got to go mow my yard. See y'all.